Section 1. The world that was hiding in plain sight. There's a town in Oregon, or at least there would be if you could find it on a map, where the trees grow so thick and so tall that on a cloudy afternoon the forest floor exists in a kind of permanent, soft twilight. Not the comfortable twilight of dusk, where the warmth of the day is still sitting in the air and everything smells like cut grass and someone's dinner. This is the twilight of enclosure, of being inside something that has decided you don't need to see very far. The kind of place where the light comes in at angles that suggest it has traveled a long distance and given up something to get here. Where sounds seem to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, arriving at your ears slightly out of sync with any visible source, suggesting that what you're hearing and where it's coming from are two different conversations happening simultaneously in a space that's too complex to navigate cleanly. The air smells like pine sap and old rain, and something underneath both of those things that doesn't have a name, exactly, but that you would recognize immediately if you'd grown up near deep wilderness. The smell of something very old that has been quietly doing whatever it does for longer than you've been alive and intends to keep doing it long after you've gone. The roads that wind through this part of Oregon were not laid out with efficiency in mind. They follow contours that may have been meaningful to whoever first made them, but that seem, to a modern traveler, almost willfully inconvenient. You can drive in what you're certain is a straight line and end up somewhere you've already been. You can walk for 10 minutes in one direction and somehow end up somewhere you've never been before, even though you were absolutely certain you were retracing your steps. The town at the center of this landscape is called Gravity Falls. And if you were the kind of person who read science journals or kept up with physics literature or had any professional reason to track anomalous field measurements in rural Oregon, you would already know that the gravitational readings in this particular valley have been consistently, slightly, inexplicably wrong for as long as anyone has thought to measure them. Not dramatically wrong, not wrong enough to make objects fly or buildings collapse or people notice without instruments. Just wrong enough that a sensitive enough device held steady and pointed carefully would tell you that the relationship between matter and the force that holds it down is, in this specific place, a little looser than it should be. Like a screw that's been turned one revolution short of tight. Like a knot with one strand slightly frayed. This is the most innocent anomaly in Gravity Falls, Oregon. And understanding that the most innocent thing about this town is a gravitational irregularity tells you a great deal about everything else. Gravity Falls premiered on June 15th, 2012 on the Disney Channel. It was created by Alex Hirsch, a young animator from Piedmont, California, who had grown up making home movies with his twin sister Ariel, who had spent summers at a great aunt's cabin in the woods and come back from those summers with the specific quality of imagination that flourishes when you're young enough to believe that something impossible is probably just around the next trail. He had been, as a child, the kind of person who recorded himself speaking and then played the recordings backwards to see if they contained messages. When he was around 12, he described himself as that neurotic kid who would carry 16 disposable cameras everywhere. He was fascinated by tabloid newspapers, the kind with the headlines about alien sightings and Bigfoot encounters and government cover-ups. Not because he believed all of it, but because he loved the specific atmosphere those headlines created, the sense that the ordinary world was secretly a much stranger place and that only certain people, the right people, paying close enough attention, would ever know. That sensibility, the sense that the ordinary world is secretly a much stranger place and that only the right people paying close enough attention will ever know, is the whole of Gravity Falls. It's not a theme or a motif, it's the operating system. The show runs on it from its very first frame to its very last, and understanding this is understanding why Gravity Falls affected the people it affected in the ways it affected them. The premise, stated plainly, is simple enough to seem almost too familiar. 12-year-old twins Dipper and Mabel Pines are sent to spend the summer with their great-uncle, their grunkle, which is a portmanteau of great-uncle that says a great deal about how the family processes this particular relationship. Stan Pines, in the small town of Gravity Falls, Oregon. Stan runs a tourist trap called the Mystery Shack out of a rambling old house in the forest. He charges visitors to see taxidermied monsters, obviously fake supernatural artifacts, and to take tours that Stan narrates with the shameless enthusiasm of someone who knows he's selling a fiction and has decided to make the fiction as entertaining as possible to maximize the price of the ticket. He is, on every surface, a lovable fraud. A genial, gruff, funny old man who loves money, hates being wrong, and has the specific warmth of someone who keeps their affection carefully hidden under layers of performance because they've learned, somewhere along the way, that visible warmth is a vulnerability. He is also one of the most carefully constructed and emotionally devastating characters in the history of modern animation. But that is a conversation for later. What matters right now at the start is what changes when Dipper Pines walks into the woods behind the Mystery Shack on the first day of summer and finds something in a hollow tree. The journal. Small and battered, bound in what looks like dark leather, with a six-fingered hand embossed on the cover and the number 3 stamped below it. It falls into Dipper's hands with the specific weight of something that was waiting to be found. And when he opens it and reads the first line, "If you have found this journal, know that you are not alone," the show stops being about anything simple. Journal 3 is, as the story eventually reveals, the third in a series of research journals kept by Ford Pines, a paranormal scientist who came to Gravity Falls in the mid-1970s to study its anomalies and spent 6 years documenting them before something went catastrophically wrong and he disappeared. The journal is full of hand-drawn illustrations, dense, cramped handwriting, observations about creatures that shouldn't exist, and warnings about things that the author clearly encountered, survived, and was terrified of encountering again. It is, in a practical sense, a field guide to Gravity Falls. In a deeper sense, it's a document left by someone who wanted desperately to warn whoever came next. Dipper uses it. He uses it to navigate the supernatural challenges of his summer: the gnomes, the ghost, the lake monster, the shapeshifter, the time-traveling government employee. And as he does, the journal functions as a kind of external intelligence, the voice of someone who came before him and understood things he doesn't yet. He treats the author with the reverence that a smart, curious, slightly isolated child naturally extends toward the evidence of someone who was smarter and more curious and more isolated before them. Someone who understood the strange world and found it extraordinary rather than frightening. He doesn't know yet that the person who wrote that journal is also the person responsible, through a chain of decisions that seemed reasonable at the time, for almost every dangerous thing that has ever happened in Gravity Falls. He doesn't know that the voice he's trusting is the voice of someone who was himself manipulated into building the door that let the worst thing in. He doesn't know yet. But the show does. The show knew from the very beginning. In the end credits of the first episode, in small letters displayed for perhaps a second and a half, formatted as a string of encoded characters that most viewers' eyes slide over without registering, there is a message. Decoded by fans within hours of the episode airing, applying the Caesar cipher that shifts each letter 3 positions back through the alphabet, it reads, "Welcome to Gravity Falls." Just that. Just a welcome. But the welcome is in code. And that fact alone tells you everything about what kind of show this is going to be. The deeper welcome comes from understanding what the coding represents. Alex Hirsch made a choice from the very first episode to hide messages in his show that could only be found by people who were paying close enough attention to notice them and curious enough to decode them. He made this choice knowing that most viewers would never see those messages. Most people don't pause on end credits to look for encoded text. Most people are not 12 years old with a Caesar cipher reference table and nothing but time. But some people are. Some people do. And those people who found the codes and shared them and compared notes and argued about what they meant experienced Gravity Falls as something fundamentally different from what the casual viewer experienced. They experienced it as a conversation, as a collaboration, as the show reaching through the screen and saying, "I see you. I know you're the kind of person who looks closely. Here is something for you specifically." This is not unprecedented in fiction, but it is rare in children's animation. Most children's animation is designed to be completely accessible on first viewing, to require no second layer of attention, to deliver everything it has in the primary pass. Gravity Falls was designed to deliver things in layers, with the outermost layer accessible to everyone and each subsequent layer accessible only to people who had been paying attention to all the previous layers. It's a show that rewards obsession, Not casual interest, obsession. The kind of watching that children do when something has genuinely gotten into them. When they watch an episode not once but 6 times looking for things they might have missed. When they pause on frames that seem to contain something extra. When they take notes. It taught its audience cryptography. In real time. The Cipher systems changed as the show progressed. From Caesar in episodes 1 through 6 to Atbash in episodes 7 through 13 to A1Z26 in 14 through 19 to Visionaire in Season 2. And each change was announced in the show's own credits before it happened, and the key to each system was hidden in the reversed audio of the opening theme. You had to know to reverse the audio. You had to know what you were looking for in order to find it. The show told you it was there, but it told you in a code you needed to already be decoding to find the announcement of the new code. This is, when you examine it carefully, a remarkable pedagogical structure. The show is teaching its most dedicated viewers how to think about hidden information, how to hold multiple levels of meaning simultaneously, how to look for the announcement of the change inside the very medium that was changing, how to trust that the effort of decoding would produce something genuinely worth finding rather than a dead end. These are skills that transfer. The 12-year-olds who spent summer 2012 decoding Gravity Falls end credits are, now, adults in their mid to late 20s who know how to look carefully at complicated systems and ask what might be hidden in plain sight. Alex Hirsch gave them that for free, wrapped in a cartoon about a kid with a birthmark and his cheerful twin sister. The first episode is called Tourist Trapped. It involves gnomes attempting to kidnap Mabel and make her the gnome queen. It's funny, charming, well-paced, and perfectly suited to introduce its characters while establishing the show's tonal range. This story can be scary and funny and genuinely touching within the same 7 minutes, and it will be reliably for the next 39 episodes. The monsters are real, the stakes are real, the love between the twins is real. And the mystery, the journal, the six-fingered hand, the author who left warnings behind, is the thread that will pull every subsequent story forward. What makes the first episode remarkable in retrospect is that it contains, hidden in its background imagery, something that shouldn't be there yet. In the scene where Dipper finds the journal in the hollow tree, if you look very carefully at the surrounding forest, at the shadows between the trees, at the spaces where the light doesn't reach, there are eyes. Tiny, dim, barely visible points of light, looking at Dipper from the moment he picks up the journal. Something was watching. Something was there, present in the forest, noting the moment when the journal changed hands. Something that had been waiting with the specific patience of something immortal for exactly this. If you know the show's mythology, you know what those eyes are. If you've seen the full story, you know who it was. But in episode 1 on a first viewing, the eyes are just slightly wrong pixels in the background forest. The kind of thing your visual cortex files under not relevant and moves past. The show put them there anyway, because the show was always already telling the truth, even when most of us weren't yet capable of understanding what we were hearing. This is Gravity Falls. It starts with a welcome in a code you haven't learned yet. It puts the villain's eyes in the forest of the first episode. It has the answer to the show's central mystery hidden in a symbol that flashes for 2 seconds in every opening credits sequence from episode 1 onwards. And it does all of this with such confidence and patience that when you eventually find it, when the layer reveals itself and you understand what you were looking at all along, it doesn't feel like a trick. It feels like arriving somewhere you always knew was there. That is a genuinely rare achievement in any medium. In children's animation, it is unprecedented. Before we go any further, if you're watching this right now, wherever you are, whatever time it is, please drop a comment and tell me your time and your place. I love knowing where in the world these videos end up. Are you watching this at 3 in the morning in your bedroom? At your desk at work during a lunch break? On a train somewhere? Tell me. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's completely free, it helps the channel more than you know, and it means you'll be here for the next one. Okay, let's keep going. Section 2. The opening credits. Everything the show said before it said anything. The opening theme of Gravity Falls lasts approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds. In that time, it establishes the show's visual identity, introduces its primary characters, sets up the mystery of the author's journal, and hints at the town's supernatural character. It's a well-constructed opening sequence by any standard. Fun, memorable, with a theme song by Brad Breek that has lodged itself in the brains of an entire generation in the specific, permanent way of great childhood music. Most people, by the second or third viewing, are humming along to it without noticing. Most people are also, by the second or third viewing, stopping to look at the credits. Because the opening sequence is not just an opening sequence, it is a text, a document, a message addressed to a specific subset of the audience, the ones who look too closely, the ones who can't leave well enough alone, the ones who pause on things that seem slightly wrong and ask why. For those viewers, the opening credits of Gravity Falls are not background. They are the whole show compressed into 1 minute and 20 seconds, visible only to the people patient enough to find it. Let's start with the wheel, because the wheel is the most important thing in the opening credits and the most ignored. It appears for approximately 2 seconds, very near the beginning of the sequence, in the style of a brief cutaway to mysterious imagery that the show establishes immediately as its signature visual grammar. It's a circular diagram, like a clock face or a compass rose or a mandala, with 10 symbols arranged around its circumference and a triangular shape at the center. The triangle has a single eye. The symbols around it include a pine tree, a shooting star, a pair of spectacles, a six-fingered hand, a question mark, an ice bag, a heart, a crescent moon, a pentagram, and a shape that looks like a llama or possibly a sweater with a llama on it. On a first viewing, this wheel registers as aesthetic imagery. Mysterious atmosphere. The kind of visual detail that animated shows include to suggest that the world has depth without needing to be specific about what that depth contains. Most viewers don't stop on it. Most viewers don't write down what the symbols are. But the wheel is a prophecy. Specifically, it's a depiction of the only known mechanism by which Bill Cipher, the triangular entity at the center, the show's ultimate villain, can be defeated. The 10 symbols around the circumference represent 10 specific people, each identified by something true and essential about them. The pine tree is Dipper Pines, named for the birthmark on his forehead. The shooting star is Mabel, who makes shooting star patterns on her knitwear and whose personality is the specific kind of brightness that the metaphor is reaching for. The six-fingered hand is Ford Pines, the author of the journals, who was born with hexadactyly, 6 fingers on each hand, and who represents both the scientific investigator's grasping after knowledge and the literal identifier on his journal's covers. The spectacles are Fiddleford McGucket, a scholar's symbol for a man who was one of the finest minds of his generation before he systematically erased himself. The question mark is Sous Ramirez, the Mystery Shack's handyman, a character whose defining quality is a sincere, childlike curiosity about the world that never becomes less genuine no matter what he encounters. The ice bag is Wendy Corduroy, the teenage cashier at the shack, whose symbol connects to an episode in which she uses an ice bag to treat an injury, but more broadly to her cool, unflappable quality. The heart is Pacifica Northwest, the town's popular girl, antagonist turned ally, whose symbol represents the capacity for genuine feeling that exists underneath her trained social performance. The crescent is Robbie Valentino, Wendy's somewhat dramatic ex-boyfriend. The pentagram is Gideon Gleeful, the child psychic villain of the first season, whose symbol connects to his psychic performance costume. And the oyster, the shape that many fans initially misread as a fez, and that represents the most unexpected member of the 10, is Stanley Pines. Stan, the genial fraud who runs the Mystery Shack, who wears a fez as his trademark accessory, is on the Bill Cipher zodiac. His presence there is one of the show's most carefully guarded early surprises, because Stan's role in the show's deeper mythology is not, in the first season, apparent. He seems like background. He seems like the comedy uncle. He is, in fact, the most important person in Gravity Falls, and the wheel knew it from before the show even aired. This is the central fact about the Cipher wheel. It was there from episode 1, displaying all of these characters, including several who hadn't been introduced yet, as the key to a prophecy that wouldn't be explained until the series finale. Ford Pines doesn't appear on screen until the middle of Season 2. McGucket isn't revealed as more than a background eccentric until Season 2's 7th episode. Yet their symbols were there, in the wheel, for the entire run of the show. Alex Hirsch knew the ending before anyone started watching the beginning. The finale was already there in the opening, every single time. The wheel is also interesting for what it tells us about the show's relationship to the idea of destiny. Ford describes it when he finally draws it on the floor of the pyramid as a prophecy found in an ancient cave. He dismissed it initially as superstition. He comes to believe in the worst possible moment that it is in fact destiny. But the prophecy fails. The zodiac wheel, for all its ancient power and prophetic weight, does not defeat Bill Cipher. Stan and Ford argue at the wrong moment, break the circuit, and Bill destroys the partially activated wheel. The defeat of Bill comes not from the completion of a mystical prophecy, but from a con trick. A twin trick. The oldest trick in the book. A man switching clothes with his brother and allowing the enemy to make a catastrophic assumption. The prophecy was not wrong, exactly. All 10 of those people were there in that moment for a reason, and their collective presence in Gravity Falls was not coincidental. But the mechanism turned out to be beside the point. What defeated Bill was a specific, human, unglamorous act of love, Stan choosing to lose himself rather than see his family harmed. The universe, or Ford's ancient prophecy, or whatever force assembled those 10 people in that room, apparently thought a grand mystical energy circuit was the answer. The actual answer was a con man and a twin. This is a choice Hirsch made deliberately, and it says something important about the show's values. Not the fancy solution, not the elegant one, not the one where destiny and prophecy and mystical mechanisms combine into a satisfying mythological resolution. The one where the most ordinary kind of courage, a father of sorts, willing to sacrifice himself for his children of sorts, turns out to be the thing that breaks through where the prophecy couldn't. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about the rest of the credits. The reversed audio is something that most people don't find without being told it's there, because reversing the audio of a television theme song is not a normal thing to do. But in the specific online environment of Gravity Falls' 2012 fanbase, where communities of dedicated viewers were forming and sharing discoveries and developing systematic approaches to decoding the show's many layers, someone reversed the audio within the first weeks of the show's broadcast. What they found was, by this show's standards, a model of helpful obscurity. In Season 1, the reversed whisper says, 3 letters back. That is the key to the Caesar cipher. The show hid the solution to the code inside the music that plays before the code appears. When the cipher system changed to @bash in Episode 7, the reversed whisper changed to switch A with Z. When A1Z26 began, the whisper became 26 letters. And when Season 2's Visionaire system started, it changed one final time to Key Visionaire. Each announcement was there, available to anyone who thought to reverse the audio before any episode using that system had aired. Think about the planning required to do this. Hirsch and his team had to know, before the first episode aired, what cipher systems they would use for the entire first season, and then encode the key to each system into the theme song's reversed audio before any of that content existed as episodes. They had to commit years in advance to a layered cryptographic structure that would build across 40 episodes while remaining internally consistent and decodable. And they had to do this in the context of making a children's cartoon for Disney, which presumably had many other things it wanted. Discussed in production meetings, and none of those things were, so what's the schedule for updating the reversed theme song audio as we cycle through cryptographic systems? The cryptograms themselves, the short encoded strings in the end credits of each episode, are the show's most consistently rewarding layer for the dedicated viewer. Not because they're always narratively significant, some are jokes, some are playful non sequiturs, some are references to things that will make sense later, but because following them creates a running relationship between the show and the viewer that exists entirely outside the primary narrative. The credits say things that the episodes don't say. They comment on the episodes from a perspective outside them. They speak in voices that are sometimes Ford's, sometimes the show's meta voice, and sometimes, unsettlingly, Bill's. I was so blind. He lied to me. The darkness is near. That is a Season 1 credit message. It's in Ford's voice, clearly from a position of retrospect, looking back on the collaboration with Bill from a time after he understood what the collaboration was. It appeared in the credits before Ford had been introduced as a character, before anyone watching the show understood who had written the journals or what had happened to them. It was a confession from a character who didn't exist yet, in a cipher that required you to already be paying attention to decode, telling the future story of the show from inside a medium most viewers weren't even reading. There are credit messages that are much lighter. Paper Jam Dipper says, Gujagay XQH God Duh is a reference to the episode's Monster of the Week and is primarily funny. Sorry, Dipper, but your Wendy is in another castle is a Super Mario Bros. Reference that tells you exactly where the show's humor lives. Carla, why won't you call me? Is a detail about Stan's personal history that becomes more poignant once you know what his history actually is. Carla McCorkle, Stan's teenage girlfriend, is a piece of Stan's pre-Gravity Falls life that the show references obliquely and returns to eventually. The credit messages are, in aggregate, a second story running alongside the primary story. A story told in fragments across 40 episodes in an encoded language that required continuous effort to read. Some fragments are jokes, some are lore, some are foreshadowing so far ahead of what they're foreshadowing that they only make sense in retrospect, years later, when all the pieces have arrived. The decoder sat in the reversed audio of the theme. The show told you, every time, how to find what it was hiding. It trusted you to look. There is one more thing in the opening credits that deserves extended attention, and it's the thing that most people see on every single viewing and still somehow don't fully register: the Bill Cipher rug. In the establishing shots of the Mystery Shack's interior, visible in the background during various scenes, there is a rug on the floor. The rug has a design on it. The design is a triangle with a single eye in the center. The Bill Cipher symbol, the same shape that sits at the center of the zodiac wheel, the same shape that will eventually have a physical form and stand in the middle of Gravity Falls on the first day of Weirdmageddon and announce that it is finally free. That rug is in the house. Stan has been living on top of a Bill Cipher rug, apparently for years, apparently without knowing what it means. Bill's image is literally woven into the floor of the place where this story is going to happen. He was in the house before the story started. He was already there. The enemy that the show's entire narrative is building toward defeating has had his face on the rug under the living room furniture since before anyone knew he was a threat. This is what the opening credits of Gravity Falls are doing on every level. They are putting the answer in front of you before you know there's a question. They are showing you the conclusion before you know the beginning. And they trust, with the kind of confidence that only comes from genuinely believing in your audience, that when you finally understand what you were looking at, the recognition will feel earned rather than cheap, because you were there for all of it. You just didn't know yet what you were seeing. Section 3. The 3 Journals. 6 years of discovery and what it cost. Somewhere in the mid-1970s, a man with 6 fingers on each hand arrived in Gravity Falls, Oregon, with a research grant of $100,000, a head full of theoretical frameworks, and the specific hunger of someone who has spent their entire life being told they're extraordinary without ever being given a problem worthy of their capabilities. He built a laboratory in the forest, purchased the land above it for a research station, and opened a notebook. On the cover of the notebook, he pressed his right hand, and the ink took the impression. 6 fingers, unmistakable, the signature of the anomaly that had defined him since birth. He labeled the notebook Journal 1. That man was Stanford Philbrick Pines, and the 3 journals he produced over the 6 years he spent in Gravity Falls are, in the context of this story, the most important objects that have ever existed. They are the complete documented history of a paranormal researcher encountering the deepest mysteries of the modern world, and having both the scientific precision and the personal courage to write everything down. They are a catalog of creatures that shouldn't exist, phenomena that violate known physical laws, and observations about a place where the rules are consistently, deliberately, interestingly wrong. They are also, between their lines, and in their margins, and in the visible deterioration of Ford's handwriting, from the confident, clear script of Journal 1 to the urgent, cramped, occasionally backwards writing of Journal 3. a document of a brilliant person being slowly consumed by the weight of what they know. Journal 1 is the record of Ford's first period in Gravity Falls. The tone is exuberant. This is the writing of someone who has arrived at the place they were always meant to be. Someone who has spent years surrounded by people who couldn't keep up with them, and who has finally found a problem that's keeping up with them instead. The catalog begins with the gnomes, which he documents with meticulous detail. Their social structure, organized around a queen-seeking protocol that the show later demonstrates with hilarious literalness. Their capacity for fusion when threatened, their relationship to the local ecosystem, their apparent lifespans, and the mechanisms by which younger gnomes organize. Ford is charmed by them. They're unusual, but they're comprehensible unusual. They follow internal logic, even if that logic doesn't map to anything in the wider world. He documents the Gobblewonker, the legendary creature of the lake, noting both the stories told by locals and his own observations of anomalous wake patterns on the water that suggest something very large moving at depths the lake probably shouldn't have. He catalogs insects that don't appear in any entomological reference text. He examines geological anomalies, places where the rock strata suggest history that doesn't match any known geological process in the region. He finds ruins. He finds carvings. He finds objects that are either very old or very alien or both. He writes all of it down in Journal 1 with the excitement of someone who cannot believe their luck, and his luck is real. 6 years of research in Gravity Falls would give any scientist material for a career's worth of publication. If the material were publishable, which it isn't, because the material describes things that nobody in the scientific mainstream would accept as real. Ford never published anything from his Gravity Falls research. He couldn't. The creatures he was cataloging, the phenomena he was documenting, none of it was compatible with existing scientific frameworks, and Ford was not willing to present it without being able to fully explain it. He wasn't going to be the researcher who made career-ending claims about gnomes and dimensional portals. He was going to understand it fully first and then present it properly. The journals were his private record, his draft of the most extraordinary scientific paper never written. Journal 2 is where the tone begins to shift. The creatures and phenomena are still being cataloged. The Journal 2 entries include some of Ford's most interesting work, including his documentation of time distortion events in the local area and his early encounters with what he describes as dimensional bleed, evidence that the physical laws of Gravity Falls are being influenced by something that doesn't belong to this dimension. But there's an undercurrent of urgency that wasn't present in Journal 1. Ford is starting to understand that the what of Gravity Falls is not separable from the why, and the why is pointing somewhere that makes him uncomfortable. He built the electron carpet, a device that can swap the consciousnesses of two beings who walk on it simultaneously. He invented the mind control necktie, apparently intending it for Ronald Reagan as some sort of security measure or political tool. A plan that the show declines to explain further, and which is funnier for remaining unexplained. He built the first drafts of various containment systems for dangerous entities, including the cryogenic tube he would eventually use to secure the shapeshifter. These inventions, which seem like whimsical science fiction set dressing in the show's earlier episodes, are the record of a scientist developing practical responses to theoretical problems, building the tools needed to manage a world that his regular scientific education gave him no framework for. The portal concept enters Journal 2 as a theoretical possibility and quickly becomes an obsession. Ford recognized from the pattern of Gravity Falls anomalies that most of them couldn't be generated by any native process. They were coming from somewhere else, from some other dimension, bleeding through the thin places in the local physics. If you could find the source dimension, you could potentially understand the mechanism. If you could understand the mechanism, you might be able to either stop it or learn from it on a level far more profound than merely cataloging its symptoms. The portal was Ford's response to the question, where is all this coming from? A machine designed to open a controlled, temporary window into wherever the weirdness originated. Fiddleford Hadron McGucket, Ford's closest friend from his Backupsmore University years, was brought in to help build it. Fiddleford was, by this point, a successful engineer running his own personal computing company in Palo Alto, California, operating in the same Silicon Valley ecosystem that was producing the early personal computer revolution. using the same kind of technical genius that would eventually make household names of various of his contemporaries. He came to Gravity Falls because Ford asked, and because Ford was the one person Fiddleford trusted completely. He came without knowing fully what he was walking into, though Ford's letters had been gradually increasing in urgency and strangeness in the months before the invitation. What Ford had not told Fiddleford in those letters was that approximately 6 months earlier, Ford had found a cave in the woods outside town. An ancient cave, its walls covered in markings left by peoples who had inhabited this land before recorded history. The markings were painted, carved, and sometimes burned into the rock in a variety of techniques that suggested multiple groups over multiple centuries, all returning to the same location to leave messages. Most of the markings Ford couldn't fully decode. They used cipher systems and symbolic languages that required weeks of work to partially understand. But one section was clearer than the others, and its clarity was not reassuring. An incantation. A set of words, in an ancient form of a language Ford could work with, given enough reference material. Instructions for calling something described in the surrounding text as a being of infinite knowledge, a muse who could answer the questions that no earthly intelligence could resolve. Something surrounded by warnings in the same style as the precautionary notes Ford himself would add to his own journal entries. Danger. Do not. Never attempt. Written in 3 different languages, circled, emphasized, repeated. Ford read the incantation aloud on the night he fully decoded it. He had told himself he was doing it as a scholarly exercise, a verification that the language he'd reconstructed was accurate, a test of whether the syntax held together. He had told himself it was scientific. He had told himself the warnings were the superstitions of pre-modern peoples who didn't understand what they were dealing with and whose fears should not constrain a rigorous modern researcher. He was wrong about all of it, in the specific way that brilliant people are wrong when they want very badly to be right. Journal 3 is where everything comes apart. Not immediately. The early Journal 3 entries are still characterized by the excitement of discovery, still written in Ford's confident researcher's voice. But there are gaps. Early gaps, where a few days pass without an entry, and Ford, when he returns to the journal, seems slightly different, slightly off in the way you'd notice if you were comparing documents, and something in the word choice or the emphasis was not quite what you'd expect. The gaps grow. The entries become more paranoid, the handwriting tightens and accelerates. There are passages in Journal 3 where Ford is writing so fast and so small that the words compress against each other on the line, trying to get more information per square inch than the page normally permits. Toward the end of Journal 3, the section that corresponds to Ford's final months in Gravity Falls before the portal incident, certain pages are written in invisible ink. Visible only under a blacklight, the invisible ink pages contain information Ford apparently decided was too dangerous to write in visible form. The complete instructions for certain containment protocols, the full record of his dealings with Bill, the specific details of what Bill had asked for and what Ford had realized he was actually asking for, and what Ford had done to try to stop the worst of it. These pages are the most intimate part of the journals, the private record that Ford kept inside the private record, the thing he was too afraid to write openly even in a notebook he was already hiding. The real-world published version of Journal 3, released in 2016, made these invisible ink pages visible to readers by printing them in a way that appears under blacklight. The book was accompanied by a small monocle and various other accessories, and the invisible ink content was genuinely substantial. New monster entries, additional detail on Ford's relationships with the Gravity Falls community during his research years, and the most complete picture available of Ford's psychological state in the months before he was pulled into the portal. That book hit #1 on the New York Times bestseller list, for what is technically a supplementary document to an animated children's cartoon. The 3 journals, as objects in the story, pass through multiple hands. Journal 1 with Stan, Journal 2 with Gideon, and then Stan, Journal 3 with Dipper. Each person uses them according to their own needs and fears. Dipper treats Journal 3 as a guide to the supernatural, approaching it with the reverence of a student encountering a great teacher's primary texts. He annotates it, adds his own observations, and by the end of the series has contributed substantially to it, his marginalia sitting alongside Ford's, the research tradition continuing. Gideon used Journal 2 as a power tool, a means to an end, specifically the end of owning the Mystery Shack and defeating Stan. He extracted from it only what was immediately useful and discarded the rest. His relationship to the journal's knowledge is purely instrumental. The fact that Journal 2 contains warnings about Bill, suggestions that the Portal project should be abandoned, records of McGucket's breakdown and departure, none of this interests Gideon. He takes what he wants and leaves the rest. Stan's use of Journal 1 is the most poignant. He is not equipped to fully understand it. He was never a scientist or a researcher, never the brilliant one. The portal instructions in Journal 1 are incomplete. They were only 1/3 of what was needed to reactivate the device, and Stan spent 30 years trying to reverse engineer what was missing from a document written by his genius twin brother in a technical language he was never taught. That he succeeded is either a testament to Stan's underrated intelligence, to the exhaustiveness of Ford's documentation of even incomplete knowledge, or to what 30 years of single-focused motivation can accomplish in the absence of any other option. The journals, in the story's conclusion, are thrown into the bottomless pit. After Bill's defeat, when Weirdmageddon ends and Gravity Falls is restored and the family is together, Ford and Stan and the twins make a collective decision. The journals are too dangerous to keep. The knowledge they contain, the portal instructions, the Bill containment information, the catalog of Gravity Falls' most dangerous creatures could be misused by the wrong person. And so they go into the bottomless pit, which the show establishes early as a location where things fall in and end up elsewhere and anywhere, scattered through whatever system of dimensional transit the pit connects to. The journals that were the spine of everything are gone. Not destroyed. You can't destroy things by putting them in the bottomless pit, and the show is honest about this. But scattered. Lost, unless found by someone who knows what they are. It's a fitting end for objects that were always defined by who found them. Section 4. Bill Cipher. Older than time, younger than reason. The problem of scale is where any discussion of Bill Cipher begins, and it's a problem without a clean solution. How do you talk about something that is older than the universe in terms that feel like they belong to the story of two children spending a summer in Oregon? How do you place a being of 1 trillion plus years in the same narrative frame as a 12-year-old boy with a birthmark and a notebook? The answer Hirsch found is to make Bill's scale not the source of his horror, but the context for it. To let the vastness of his history be the backdrop against which his very human-feeling methods of manipulation play out in horrifying detail. Bill Cipher was born, in whatever sense the word born applies to something like him, somewhere over 1 trillion years ago in a dimension called Euclidia. The show and supplementary materials also call this the second dimension, which is a literal descriptor rather than a ranking. Euclidia was a two-dimensional reality, a flat world, a place of width and height without depth, where everything that existed was a shape on a plane and the concept of behind was meaningless because there was no behind. The inhabitants of Euclidia, Sagimai, about whom the show tells us very little beyond the fact that they existed, lived in a complete reality from their own perspective. 2 dimensions were all that there were. 2 dimensions were enough. Bill was different from the moment of his existence. He could see the 3rd dimension. This is not metaphorical, not a way of saying he was perceptive or imaginative. He could perceive, with whatever sensory apparatus a 2-dimensional being possesses, the literal 3rd axis of existence, depth, thickness, the presence of layers in a reality that his entire world believed that was a single plane. He could see that there was more to the universe than what Euclidia contained. He could see it the way you might see a color that doesn't have a name, something absolutely real and absolutely there, perceived clearly, but impossible to point to for someone who lacks the perceptual equipment to see it. What he did with this perception is the most significant fact about Bill Cipher and the most tragic. He tried to show his people. He decided that the existence of the 3rd dimension was information too important to keep to himself, that his unique perception was a gift that should be shared, that his people were living in a beautiful but incomplete reality and could be expanded into a fuller one. He began trying to find ways to demonstrate what he could see. to open his people's perceptions to the axis of existence they couldn't register. The attempt destroyed Euclidia, the entire dimension. Every structure, every being, everyone Bill had ever known. His parents, the culture he was part of. The world that was home. Gone and gone in a way that could not be reversed or repaired, because you cannot fix a dimension that has been destroyed. There is no restoration after omnicide. Whether this was an accident or something more deliberate is a question the show sits with rather than resolves. Bill's own account, in the Book of Bill published in 2024, presents the destruction as an act of liberation. He freed his people from the limitations of two-dimensional existence, he says. He gave them something larger. This framing is consistent with Bill's general tendency to describe harm done as help given, and destruction as progress. It is also, notably, the framing of someone who has been living with an active omnicide for 1 trillion years, and has found that the only way to keep going is to insist it wasn't wrong. The deep irony of Euclidia's destruction is that Bill's mission, to share the awareness of the third dimension with people who couldn't perceive it, failed in the most absolute way possible. His people didn't ascend to three-dimensional existence. They ceased to exist entirely. The attempt to give them more resulted in them having nothing. The Liberator destroyed everything he loved in the name of expanding it, and has spent 1 trillion years finding ways to not fully reckon with this. After Euclidia, Bill moved to the Nightmare Realm. This is the show's name for a dimension of pure chaos, a place in the loosest possible sense of the word, where no physical laws operate, where nothing has a stable form, where the fundamental quality of existence is constant, all-encompassing entropy. It's the conceptual opposite of the ordered physical world that the show's human characters inhabit. If you imagine existence as a spectrum between perfect order and perfect chaos, the Nightmare Realm is at the far extreme of chaos, and the physical world the show takes place in is solidly, reassuringly, on the order end. Bill apparently thrived in the Nightmare Realm. He describes himself as its ruler, which probably tells you more about the Nightmare Realm's relationship to conventional governance. You can't govern something that has no stable structure, but you can exist within it more comfortably than anything that requires stability to function. And Bill's nature by this point is sufficiently chaotic that he fits. The Nightmare Realm gave him something, a home, after a fashion. A context in which his qualities were not anomalies but advantages. But he was looking outward. He was always looking outward, toward the third dimension, toward the stable and ordered world of matter and physics that he had never fully been able to enter. He could touch it through the mindscape, the collective unconscious dimension that exists alongside the physical world, where dreams occur and psychic entities move. He could reach into minds and walk through dreamscapes. He could influence the physical world through the medium of the people whose minds he visited, convincing them to do things, planting ideas, making suggestions that seemed to come from inside their own thinking. But he couldn't exist there. He couldn't touch anything. He couldn't turn anything to gold with his own hands, or build a pyramid, or experience what it felt like to be a physical thing in a physical world. He wanted this. The wanting of it was 1 trillion years old by the time the show's story began. He had spent that entire time, give or take whatever periods he was using for other purposes, looking for a way to create a permanent door between the Nightmare Realm and the physical world. Not a temporary opening, not a hole that closed after use, a permanent, stable portal that would let the chaos of the Nightmare Realm into the order of the physical world and keep it there. The things he needed to build such a door were specific. He needed a point in the physical world where the dimensional walls were naturally thin, where the boundary between dimensions was already weak enough that the energy required to maintain a permanent opening was significantly lower than it would be elsewhere. He found this at Gravity Falls, Oregon, sometime in the ancient past, thousands of years before a settlement was built there. The indigenous peoples of the region felt the thinness of the dimensional walls and responded to it by building their culture partly around it, developing rituals and warnings and a record of encounters with what came through the thin places. The cave paintings and carvings that Ford would eventually find were part of this record. He also needed an engineer, someone in the physical world with the specific combination of intellect, ambition, and the particular flavor of isolation that makes a person receptive to a being that arrives in their mind saying, You're special. I've been watching. You're the one I've been waiting for. He had tried before. The cave paintings weren't left by people who'd all successfully resisted. Some of them had been previous attempts. People Bill had approached, made deals with, tried to guide toward portal construction. The warnings were left by the survivors or the observers, people who had seen what Bill was and what it wanted, and had decided to leave a record for whoever came next, even if whoever came next was unlikely to heed it. Ford Pines read the warning and said the incantation anyway. Bill appeared in his dreams that night, wearing a top hat and a bow tie, radiating warmth and recognition, and said everything Ford had always wanted to hear from an intelligence greater than his own. He was not a threat. He was a gift. He was the answer to 6 years of questions building in a forest laboratory in Oregon. Bill's methods of manipulation, in his relationship with Ford, are worth examining in detail because they are not exotic or specifically supernatural. They are recognizable. They are the methods used by human predators on human targets, refined over 1 trillion years of practice on beings far more varied and complicated than humans, distilled into their most effective forms. First, the recognition. The flattery that identifies something real about the target and elevates it. Bill tells Ford that he's special because Ford is actually genuinely special in ways that the world has failed to adequately recognize. The flattery lands because it's not purely invented. Its real qualities being reflected back with the implication that the person reflecting them back is uniquely capable of seeing them. This is more insidious than simple false praise. If someone tells you you're talented when you're not, part of you knows they're wrong. If someone tells you you're talented when you are and implies that they alone truly understand the depth of your talent, the defense against this is much harder to construct. Second, the contribution. Bill provides Ford with genuine insights, actual intellectual value, things that accelerate Ford's research in ways that Ford can verify and build on. The portal design that emerges from their collaboration is real. It works. The conceptual breakthroughs that Bill facilitates are not illusions. This is crucial because it means Ford can't dismiss the relationship as purely parasitic even when he becomes suspicious of it. Bill has given him real things. The deal has produced real results. Stopping now would mean losing the source of everything extraordinary he's achieved. Third, the isolation. McGucket leaves and Ford lets him go. This is the moment where isolation becomes active rather than passive. Ford chooses, in a specific confrontation about a specific thing, to prioritize the project over the friendship. Bill didn't tell Ford to do this. He didn't need to. He just made sure Ford's investment in the work was deep enough that, when given the choice, Ford made the choice that served Bill's interests. The isolation that follows is something Ford tells himself is the natural solitude of groundbreaking work. It is actually the removal of the one person who might have been able to stop the project. Fourth, the paranoia and the dependency. As Ford begins to understand what Bill is, begins to see the manipulation, begins to recognize that the access rights he gave in the original deal are being used in ways he didn't consent to, begins to install metal plates and encrypt his thoughts, he becomes simultaneously more aware of the threat and more dependent on the very thing threatening him. He's still building the portal. He's still using Bill's insights. He's taking defensive precautions while continuing to advance the work that requires Bill's cooperation. This is the logic of someone in a relationship where the harm and the need are inextricably linked. You can't escape the harm without giving up the need, and the need is too deep to give up. By the time Ford calls Stanley, the portal is built. The door exists. The only thing preventing Weirdmageddon from beginning immediately is that the portal requires the complete instructions in all 3 journals to activate, and Ford has hidden 2 of them. The delay he's created is a delay measured in years rather than permanence, but it's the best he could do. He's trying to buy time, even if he's not entirely sure what he expects the time to produce. What it produces is 30 years of Stan in his basement, and 2 12-year-olds in a summer, and everything that follows. Section 5. Ford Pines. The brilliant isolate who opened the wrong door. Stanford Philbrick Pines was born in the late 1940s or early 1950s. The show declines to be specific, in Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey, 15 minutes before his twin brother Stanley. This 15-minute difference will matter to both of them their entire life, in ways that are disproportionate to the actual significance of birth order, because it will be the thing that confirms Philbrick Pines' fundamental sense of which son is the asset and which is the liability. Ford first, with the extraordinary intelligence and the extra fingers that become paradoxically a symbol of his specialness rather than his difference. Stan second, not significantly less capable as a small child, but cursed to exist in a comparison that he will always lose. Glass Shard Beach is not a prosperous place. It's a down-at-heel New Jersey shore town, the kind of place where the Atlantic comes in gray and cold most of the year, where the seasonal economy of summer boardwalks and tourist trade has a desperate quality to it, where families who didn't get out when they had the chance have accumulated the particular dignified resignation of people who have stopped expecting the circumstances to change. The Pines family is not poor exactly. Philbrick is a rough man, but not a destitute one. But they are the kind of family for whom the idea of escape carries real emotional weight. The idea that one of your children might be exceptional enough to pull the whole family upward is not just pride. It's survival planning. Philbrick's response to Ford's extraordinary intelligence is to treat it as the family's primary financial asset. This is not malicious in intent. It is the response of a man who grew up in an economy where intelligence was the only capital accessible to people without inherited wealth, and who understood with full accuracy that Ford's gifts were remarkable, and that remarkable gifts, deployed correctly, could produce the kind of material security his family had never had. The problem is the method. Treating a child's gifts as assets turns the child into an instrument rather than a person, and it teaches the child that their worth is in their production rather than their existence. Ford grew up understanding that he was valuable because of what he could do, not because of who he was. This is the foundation of his later vulnerability. When Bill Cipher arrives in his dreams and says, "I've been watching you and you're extraordinary," the specific quality of that message, its emphasis on Ford's gifts, its implication that the speaker has uniquely understood something about him, its suggestion that he is valued for what he is rather than what he produces, lands with devastating precision in the space that Ford's father left empty. Philbrick's relationship with Stan was the mirror image. Stan, who was physically larger and more socially confident, but academically unremarkable, was a disappointment to Philbrick in the specific way that the non-gifted twin is always a disappointment in a family that has decided the gifted twin is the one who matters. Stan knew this. He knew from childhood that his role in the family economy was subordinate, that Ford was the investment, and Stan was the companion, the support system, the person who walked beside the important person and kept bullies away and made Ford feel less alone in his difference. And Stan loved Ford anyway, without ambivalence, without strategy, without keeping a ledger of what was owed. He protected Ford from Crampleter and the other kids who mocked the extra fingers. He shared their plans for the Stano Warsaw, the boat they were going to build together, sail around the world, collect treasure, have the kind of adventures that neither of them was going to have in Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey. He was genuinely proud of Ford's accomplishments in a way that wasn't shaded by jealousy, or at least wasn't shaded by more jealousy than was understandable given the circumstances. The science fair is the hinge on which everything turns. Ford built a perpetual motion machine for the West Coast Tech Admission Review, a piece of engineering sophisticated enough that it genuinely impressed the representatives from one of the most demanding technical universities in the country. It represented, for the entire Pines family, but most acutely for Ford and Philbrick, the possibility of genuine transformation. West Coast Tech. Scholarship. From there, the kind of research career that might change things, that might produce patents and publications, and the kind of recognition that turns a poor kid from New Jersey into someone the world has heard of. Stan broke it. The specifics matter here because the show is precise about them in the flashback episode, A Tale of Two Stans. Stan had gone to the gym the night before the review. Out of what combination of anxiety, affection, jealousy, and bad judgment? The show declines to fully parse, but the most charitable reading is that he went to see the thing that was going to take his brother away from him and couldn't manage his feelings about it cleanly. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The machine, which was balanced on the fine edge of working, stopped. Ford didn't know it was an accident. He knew Stan was struggling with the idea of separation. He knew Stan's feelings about the science fair were complicated. When he found the empty bag of toffee peanuts next to the display, Stan's favorite snack, and put that together with the broken machine and his knowledge of how Stan felt, he reached the conclusion that fit the evidence even though it wasn't the true one. Stan had done it on purpose. Stan had broken the machine out of spite or jealousy or the inability to let Ford go. Philbrick disowned Stan that afternoon, loudly and in front of the family, including a Ford who said nothing and watched through a window as his brother was cast out. This moment, Ford choosing his future over his brother's defense, allowing the punishment to stand rather than admitting that his own grief and assumption might be wrong, is one of the show's most quietly damning character beats. It doesn't make Ford a villain. It makes him human in the worst way. Someone capable of enormous generosity who chose selfishness in the moment that mattered most, and who then had 30 years to live with that choice. Stan disappeared from Ford's life after that. He became the various things that people become when family cuts them off, and the world offers no obvious alternative. A drifter, a hustler, a small-time operator, running schemes across the American South and West, getting banned from state after state for crimes that are cataloged in the show, with a cheerfulness that only works because the crimes are clearly victimless or near victimless. He was doing what he could with what he had, which wasn't much. Ford went to college, not West Coast Tech. The scholarship evaporated with the broken machine. But Backup-Smore University, a legitimately less prestigious institution, whose most notable achievement its admissions brochure apparently listed as clean dorms. He enrolled 3 years ahead of schedule through the intensity of his effort and emerged with a PhD in a time frame that the show implies was significantly faster than standard. He had something to prove, and the something had a very specific audience. His time at Backup-Smore produced two things of long-term significance. First, his thesis, Native American Cave Symbols and Their Connection to Modern Mathematical Theorems, which was ranked nationally and brought him significant academic attention, as well as the enormous research grant he would use to fund his Gravity Falls laboratory. Second, his friendship with Fiddleford McGucket, the young mechanic genius who would become the closest friend of Ford's adult life and eventually the collateral damage of Ford's most catastrophic decision. When Ford arrived in Gravity Falls, he was in his late 20s or early 30s. He had the grant, the intellectual framework, and the hypothesis that the anomalous concentration of supernatural phenomena in this area was the result of dimensional interference, and that studying the phenomena carefully enough would reveal the source. He bought land from an old relative, built a laboratory beneath it, hired a young manly Dan Corduroy to construct the building above, and started writing. Journal 1, then Journal 2, then The Cave, then Bill, then Journal 3 and its increasingly frightened pages, then the letter to Stan, the arrival, the fight, the portal, the fall. The 30 years Ford spent in the dimensional void between worlds were not empty. The show mentions, somewhat offhandedly, that he encountered various interdimensional phenomena during his time there, including what he describes as the highly illegal infinity-sided die and the strangely pleasant Dimension 52. He developed survival skills that his Gravity Falls research had given him a foundation for, and his 30 years of necessity had developed into genuine competence. He came back from the void physically capable, combat-trained, equipped with weapons and knowledge he didn't have when he went in. What he came back with emotionally is more complicated. He came back believing that the most important thing he'd done with his brilliant life was build a door that let something terrible in, and that Stan, his twin brother, the person he'd blamed for the destruction of his academic future, the person he'd watched get thrown out of the house while he chose silence, had spent 30 years of his life trying to fix Ford's mistake. By himself, in secrecy, running a scam business over a basement laboratory, working every night on a machine he wasn't qualified to operate, in service of nothing but getting his brother back. Ford came back and punched Stan. This is accurate and important. He came through the portal and his brother was there, and his first response was physical violence. Not because he didn't love Stan, but the 30 years of Stan's work is the 30 years of Stan's love, and Ford would eventually understand this clearly. But because he came back angry and confused, and the person in front of him was the easiest target for all of it. Ford's arc in Season 2 is the arc of a brilliant man learning, slowly and with considerable resistance, that intelligence does not protect you from being wrong about the things that matter most. He is harder on Dipper than he should be, and softer on himself than he should be. He reaches for Ford and Dipper as a replacement for the version of himself and Stan that never quite worked. And Dipper's eventual decision not to stay in Gravity Falls is a healthy rejection of being someone else's do-over. Ford's complete emotional recovery, if it can be called that, is still in progress by the end of the show. What he achieves is not resolution, but direction. He and Stan on the Stan-O-War 2, heading toward the next adventure with 30 years of damage between them and a genuine intention to try. The relationship between Ford and Stan is not healed by the end of Gravity Falls. It's resumed. They get back on the boat they always talked about building when they were children, and they head out to sea, and they are still the same two people who have always been better together than apart, and who have spent most of their adult lives failing to be together. But they're trying. For the first time in 30 years, they're actually trying. And the show gives them the grace of not resolving that into something cleaner than it actually is. Section 6. Fiddleford McGucket. The Tragedy of the Man Who Chose to Forget. The show introduces Fiddleford Hadron McGucket as a sound effect before it introduces him as a person. You hear him before you see him. A wild, barking laugh, a stream of something that might be words but that doesn't parse into coherent sentences. The specific audio signature of someone who has given up on being understood. He appears on screen as a wild-eyed old man in overalls, living in a junkyard, eating things he shouldn't, saying things that occasionally have the syntax of communication without the content. He is the town eccentric, the local color, the character you're supposed to find mildly funny and then forget because there are more important people to pay attention to. He is also, as the show eventually reveals, the person who built the memory gun, the person who founded the Blind Eye Society, the person whose breakdown was the first warning sign Ford should have taken seriously, the person who was, before the damage, among the finest minds in the American technical landscape of the late 20th century. A man who might have been in the first rank of the Silicon Valley Revolution, if he hadn't chosen, instead, to come to Gravity Falls and help his friend build a machine that would show him something he could never unsee. Fiddleford McGucket grew up in Tennessee. The show is sparse on the details of his childhood, but his accent and his manner suggest someone who came from a place that didn't always appreciate intelligence that didn't fit conventional templates, and who found his way to the technical world through a combination of genuine gift and the willingness to work past whatever obstacles his origins placed in his path. He attended Backup-Smore University in the mid-1970s, where he was studying mechanical engineering, and there met Stanford Pines. Ford, who had an unusually well-calibrated eye for unusual minds, recognized something in McGucket immediately, a quality that Ford described in his journals as young but brilliant. The friendship that developed was genuine and deep in a way that Ford's relationships rarely were. Ford was not, by nature or by experience, a warm person. McGucket was warm enough for both of them and patient enough with Ford's occasional failures of social awareness to make the friendship functional. After Backup-Smore, McGucket established Fiddleford Computer Majigs in Palo Alto, California. The name alone tells you something about the man. The willingness to give a professional enterprise a name that sounds like a hobby reflects a personality that hasn't fully internalized the separation between what you love doing and what you're doing for money, or has decided that the separation is false and that the hobby and the enterprise should be the same thing. In the Silicon Valley ecosystem of the late 1970s, where the personal computing revolution was being shaped by people working out of garages and dorm rooms, McGucket's approach was not anomalous. He was surrounded by people for whom work and play were continuous. He was doing exactly what he should have been doing, in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time. Then Ford called. The letter Ford sent, we don't see it in the show, but its effect is visible in McGucket's decision, but it must have been something. Something that made the research sound extraordinary enough to leave a successful business at a pivotal moment in the computing industry, to travel to a small Oregon town, to put professional ambitions on hold for what was supposed to be a specific project with a defined endpoint. Ford was asking McGucket to help him build something that had never been built before, that was based on theoretical physics beyond the current frontier, that might produce insights that would change the understanding of the universe. McGucket came because, of course, he came. This was exactly the kind of thing Fiddleford McGucket existed to do. He helped build the portal. He and Ford worked together in the underground laboratory, combining Ford's theoretical framework and Bill-augmented designs with McGucket's practical mechanical genius. And what they produced was an extraordinary piece of engineering, a machine that could, in theory, punch a controlled hole between dimensional realities. McGucket understood the mechanics of it. He built the components. He understood why each piece went where it did and what it was supposed to accomplish. He was, in the truest sense, co-creator of the device. The test activation was supposed to be brief, a minimum power engagement to verify that the machine could hold stable against the pressure differential between dimensions. A proof of concept, nothing more. The machine worked. The portal briefly opened. And the pressure differential, the difference in energy states between the physical world and the nightmare realm, was vastly stronger than their models had predicted. McGucket was standing in the wrong place. The suction from the opening caught him, and for a moment, he was at the edge of the portal, holding onto the doorframe with both hands, looking through a gap in reality at the nightmare realm. He saw it for seconds. Less than a minute, almost certainly. Long enough. The show is deliberately imprecise about what he saw because the point is not the specific content of the vision, but its quality. The quality of looking at something that the human mind was not built to process. The nightmare realm is not merely strange or frightening in ways that can be categorized and eventually habituated to. It's wrong. Wrong in a way that is prior to language or concept. The wrongness precedes any specific thing you might point to as wrong, the way nausea precedes the identification of what made you sick. McGucket saw something that told him, at a level below conscious thought, that the universe was fundamentally different from what he'd believed it to be, and that the difference was worse, not better. He told Ford to stop the project. He told Ford that what was on the other side of that portal was not what Ford thought it was, that the entity Ford was collaborating with was not what it claimed to be, that building a permanent pathway between this dimension and what he'd seen would be the most catastrophic thing anyone had ever done. He said these things clearly, with the full force of his intelligence and the genuine terror of someone who has just seen something they can't describe but cannot unfeel. Ford heard him. Ford understood that McGucket was sincere, and Ford chose the project. This choice, Ford choosing the portal over his friendship with the one person who was trying to save him, is the second great moral failure of Ford's life, after the failure to defend Stan in that gymnasium. In both cases, Ford's self-investment in a project or an identity was strong enough to override his loyalty to someone who depended on him. In both cases, the person Ford chose against paid a price far greater than what the choice seemed to cost. Stan lost his family and his identity. McGucket lost his mind. McGucket, back at his junkyard in the aftermath of his departure from the project, was tormented by what he'd seen. Sleep was inadequate because sleep brought dreams that took his waking memories of the nightmare realm and amplified them with the specific horror that dreams bring to things that are already terrible. Waking was inadequate because waking brought the persistent sense of having knowledge he couldn't use or explain. The knowledge of what was on the other side of a door that Ford was still building. The knowledge that something was coming and he had no way to stop it. He built the memory gun in this state. The engineering of it was, in retrospect, a remarkable achievement for someone in extreme psychological distress, a precise, elegant device that could isolate specific memory clusters, extract them, without damaging surrounding neural architecture at first, and preserve them in a physical medium. He used it on himself immediately. He erased the memory of what he'd seen through the portal. He woke up the next morning with a gap where something terrible had been, and the gap felt so much better than the something that he used it again. The gap doesn't stay empty. This is the fundamental flaw in McGucket's approach, and it's a flaw that required genuine insight to build into the story. The insight that trauma doesn't work like a file you can delete. The nightmare realm didn't just leave a specific memory. It left a quality, a tinge, a texture to his whole experience of reality that could be partially suppressed by erasing the explicit content, but that kept seeping back through in different forms. He'd wake up frightened without knowing why. He'd find himself drawing triangles and eye shapes without having started. He'd say things that didn't make sense. fragments of a thought that was trying to organize itself in the space where the memory used to be. So he used the gun again, and the gun, taken repeatedly, started taking collateral content along with the target. Like pulling a weed from compacted soil and getting roots from other plants along with it. McGucket began to lose things he hadn't intended to lose. Technical knowledge, factual memory, the sequence of his own history, his sense of who he was on a given morning. By 1982, the man who had been a Silicon Valley peer of the people who would define the computer age was living in a junkyard in Oregon. He had used the device so frequently that he couldn't remember anything with reliability before that year. He spoke in fragments. He built elaborate machines from junk that functioned perfectly because the muscle memory and intuition of engineering went deeper than the explicit memories he'd erased. But he couldn't explain why he built them or what they were for. He ate things he shouldn't, apparently having erased enough dietary context to lose track of what was food and what wasn't. He was, to everyone in Gravity Falls, simply Old Man McGucket, the local eccentric, slightly alarming, mostly harmless, good for a laugh if you didn't look too closely. What he'd done with the memory gun for himself, he decided to offer to others. The founding of the Blind Eye Society was, in McGucket's mind, an act of charity. He was not the only person in Gravity Falls who had encountered things they couldn't cope with. The town was genuinely and thoroughly weird, and people who lived there or passed through regularly had experiences that their conventional frameworks couldn't accommodate. McGucket understood this feeling better than anyone. He also understood, from his own experience, that the feeling went away if you could just not know the thing causing it. He offered the service. Come to us. Tell us what you can't unsee. We'll take it away and you'll be okay. The society he built for this purpose operated in the most literally ironic location possible, beneath the Gravity Falls Museum of History. An organization dedicated to making people forget their encounters with the past, based in the institution dedicated to preserving the past, accessed through an exhibit about the human eye. The symbol he chose, ma bien, an eye crossed out with a line, was not sinister in intent. It was honest. We make you not see. This is what we do. The symbol says it plainly. For 30 years, the society operated. McGucket deteriorated. The leadership eventually passed to Blind Ivan, a man with a considerably less charitable relationship to the organization's founding principles. And the citizens of Gravity Falls moved through their days with gaps in their experience that they'd consented to at moments of distress, and then forgotten having consented to, in a state of mild general unease that they had no framework for explaining. When the show's kids eventually discover the society, dismantle it, and return McGucket's memories, or the earliest of them, enough to give him back the shape of who he was, what they find is not a broken man but a damaged one. There's a difference. Broken things can't be repaired. Damaged things can, with patience and the right circumstances, recover something of their former function, even if they're never quite the same as they were before. McGucket is damaged. He can be helped. And the show helps him. With the appropriate messiness and incompleteness of real recovery, not a scene of magical restoration, but a process that continues through the rest of Season 2 and is still ongoing by implication after the series ends. His role in the Weirdmageddon finale, piloting the Shacktron, using his beard to operate a stick shift because he taught himself this skill to pilot an earlier robot contraption in a Season 1 episode, is one of the show's quiet triumphs. Here is the man who was destroyed by proximity to the worst thing in Gravity Falls' history, who erased himself trying to forget it, who spent 30 years as the town's barely tolerated eccentric, and who is now at the controls of a building-sized, mechanized defense system, fighting to protect the people who live here. The machine works because he built it, and he built it because he got his memories back. And his memories came back because a group of children decided his history was worth knowing about rather than comfortable to ignore. Section 7. Stanley Pines. 30 Years of Loving in Secret. There's a thing that happens in A Tale of Two Stans, the episode that tells the full story of who Grunkle Stan actually is, that doesn't happen often in television of any kind, animated or otherwise. A character who has been present in every episode of the show, who has been understood by the audience in a certain way, has that understanding dismantled in real time. And not because he was hiding something sinister, because he was hiding something tender. Everything the audience knew about Grunkle Stan was true. He ran a scam. He charged tourists for fake artifacts. He was banned from 32 states for crimes that included tax evasion and grand theft auto, and various other things the show lists with a specificity that suggests someone in the writing room was enjoying themselves. He lied constantly about almost everything. He was not a good citizen or a reliable person or anyone's model of civic virtue. All of this is completely accurate, and underneath all of it, he was doing something that he had decided 30 years earlier was worth doing, no matter what it cost. Something that he had no way to explain to anyone without confessing to every lie, so he didn't explain it. He just did it. Every night after everyone had gone home, alone in a basement with a machine he didn't fully understand, trying to bring his brother back. Stanley Pines was born in Glass Shard Beach, New Jersey, 15 minutes after his twin brother Stanford. He was the second one. The one who graduated barely from a high school where the principal told his parents, loudly enough for Stan to hear through the door, that Stanley was an idiot who would probably never leave New Jersey. The one who was disowned by his father for accidentally breaking Ford's science fair project and ruining the family's chance at wealth through their brilliant son's achievement. The one who was told, in the most definitive terms available in late adolescence, that he was the lesser version of his twin and that the world would have a use for his brother long after it had finished with Stan. He took this assessment and did with it what certain kinds of people do with assessments of their worthlessness. He built a persona around it. The con man, the hustler, the person for whom the systems that kept other people within bounds were themselves negotiable, scammable, gotten around with sufficient creativity. If the world was going to tell him he was no good, he was going to be really, genuinely, inventively no good. He was going to turn his disqualification into a skill set. He was going to be the best version of the thing they said he was. He was also, underneath all of this, genuinely funny, genuinely warm, and genuinely good to the people he decided were his. The show demonstrates this repeatedly in its first season, in moments where the comedy of Grunkle Stan's scheming is undercut by something real. The way he shows up for Dipper and Mabel in the moments that matter. The specific quality of his protectiveness when they're in genuine danger. The fact that for all his fraud and self-interest, he maintains a consistent loyalty to the people in his immediate circle that coexists uneasily with his complete disdain for people outside it. When Ford called, Stan came. There is no version of the event the show portrays in which Stan, hearing his twin brother's desperate and barely coherent message from Oregon, does anything other than get in a car immediately. This is the most important fact about Stanley Pines, and it's established before we understand any of the rest. When his brother needed him, he came. Without conditions, without a guarantee of what he'd find, without any information about what was happening, except that Ford was frightened. He came. What he found was not what he'd hoped. He'd hoped, somewhere in the hours of driving between wherever he was and Gravity Falls, for reconciliation. For Ford to say that enough time had passed, and he knew it was an accident, and he'd been wrong to believe the worst, and could they start over? This hope was real, even if Stan would have denied it, even if he had 20 years of callous over the soft place where it lived. He came hoping, and what he found was that Ford wanted to use him for a job and send him away. The fight that followed, and the portal activation and Ford going through it, all of this happens in the context of Stan's hope being denied. He was furious. He was hurt. He slammed his hand on the console, another hand slamming another thing in a context of frustration, and the portal came on. And Ford, standing in the wrong place at the worst moment, was pulled through. The weeks after this are the most psychologically compressed part of Stan's story, because in them he has to make a series of decisions that will define the next 30 years of his life, and he has to make them from a state of shock, guilt, grief, and near total ignorance about the technology he's now responsible for. He killed his brother. He didn't mean to, but intent matters less than consequence when the consequence is as complete as this one. He killed his brother, and the only evidence that his brother ever existed. The only thing that connects the Stan who is standing here to the Ford who is just standing here is Journal 1 and the machine and the house. He could leave. He thinks about leaving. He probably thinks about it for a long time. But he doesn't, and the reason he doesn't is not entirely clear to him. Not at the moment, maybe not for decades. He stays because leaving would mean accepting that Ford is gone. And accepting that Ford is gone is not something Stan can do. Not the older version, and not the younger one. The part of him that is still a kid in Glass Shard Beach, who promised his brilliant twin they were going to sail around the world together, that part is not capable of accepting it. He assumed Ford's identity because the town already thought he was Ford, and because Ford's mortgage needed paying, and because the laboratory and the portal were in Ford's house and he needed to stay in Ford's house to work on the portal, and because the name Stanley Pines was on a fake death certificate by the end of the first month. Practically speaking, he became Stanford because all the practical considerations pushed that direction. But there's a psychological dimension to it that the show handles with quiet precision. Stan became Ford not just for practical reasons, but because some part of him, in becoming Ford, was keeping Ford present. As long as someone in Gravity Falls was answering to the name Stanford Pines was not entirely gone. The Mystery Shack began as a cover story and became something else. A genuine community, a place that mattered to people, a business that Suze and Wendy organized their lives around. This was not Stan's intention. He intended a fiction. What he built, over 30 years of pretending to run a tourist trap, was an actual place with actual meaning. The scam became real. The fake Stanford Pines became a person Gravity Falls cared about. The con man running a con ended up, without trying to, as the kind of figure a town organizes itself around. The work in the basement continued every night. The portal required all 3 journals to reactivate, and Journal 1 didn't contain the complete instructions. What it contained was enough for Stan to understand the general mechanics, the quantum entanglement principles, the dimensional physics, the energy requirements, and to begin the long, slow process of reverse engineering what was missing. He was not a physicist. He was a con man. He read everything in Journal 1 that was readable, built models of what he thought was meant by things he couldn't fully parse, tested those models, failed, adjusted, tested again. The show doesn't dwell on the emotional texture of these 30 years, but it doesn't need to. The simple fact of 30 years is enough. 30 years of solo work, in a basement, with incomplete information, toward a goal that he couldn't tell anyone about, that he couldn't share, that was entirely his to carry alone. 30 years in a house that wasn't his name, that belonged to the person he was trying to bring back. Surrounded by tourists who thought they were getting a fun ghost tour and employees who thought they were working for an eccentric old man who was sometimes funny and sometimes frustrating. Wendy and Seuss don't know, for most of the show's run, what is in the basement. They don't know what the vending machine hides. They know their boss is complicated and secretive and occasionally alarming in ways that aren't fully explainable by his surface personality. But they've constructed frameworks for this. Stan is eccentric. Stan is secretive. Stan has a past he doesn't talk about. This is all consistent with what they know about him, and they've decided it's enough. They trust him the way people trust someone they've worked for years without disaster. Provisionally, practically, with the specific faith of familiarity rather than full understanding. The twins' arrival changes everything. Not all at once. The change is gradual, and Stan's resistance to it is real, because caring about someone transparently when you've spent 30 years hiding everything is terrifying in the specific way that vulnerability is terrifying to someone who has survived by keeping it well contained. But Mabel hugs him without reservation, and Dipper looks at him with the tentativeness of a kid who's still deciding whether this adult is worth trusting. And Stan discovers, with something that feels like alarm, that he wants to be worth trusting. Actually, not as a performance. Actually, he's never been wanted by anyone for himself rather than for his usefulness. His father wanted him for what he could contribute to the family's upward mobility and found him wanting. Ford needed him once for a specific job. The people who worked for him at the shack needed an employer, and Stan delivered. But the twins are not asking him to be useful. They're asking him to be their great uncle. And being someone's great uncle, actually being it, not performing it, requires having something to offer that isn't a scam. Stan, it turns out, has plenty to offer. He is genuinely funny in the ways that matter to 12-year-olds, genuinely protective in the moments that require it, and genuinely present in a way that the show, positions as the most significant gift any adult can give a child. The gift of their actual attention rather than their scheduled attention. And the act of giving it, of being actually there for Dipper and Mabel rather than running a performance of being there, does something to Stan that the performance never could. It connects him. For the first time in 30 years, maybe longer, he is connected. This is what makes his sacrifice in the finale possible and what makes it not feel like a sacrifice from Stan's perspective. He has something worth protecting, something that is his in the realest sense, not the name he borrowed or the house he occupied or the business he built over someone else's basement. The twins are his. The summer, this summer, is his. And when the moment comes to choose between himself and them, the choice is not actually a choice. There's only one thing to do. Section 8. The Society of the Blind Eye. What willful ignorance costs. The Gravity Falls Museum of History is a small institution on the edge of downtown that, like most museums in small towns, is primarily visited by school groups and people whose other options are limited. It has the standard exhibits, local geography, pioneer history, indigenous presence, rendered with the conventional inadequacy of local historical museums on this subject, natural science displays with taxidermied animals and dioramas. It is, by every visible measure, exactly what it appears to be: a modest civic institution doing its best with limited funding and a collection that has accumulated over decades without any particularly rigorous curatorial vision. It is also, beneath its main floor, the operational headquarters of an organization that has been systematically removing the most significant memories from Gravity Falls residents for 30 years. The Blind Eye Society's underground space was built specifically for its purpose. The evidence of intentional construction is visible in the design, which is too precisely calibrated to have been an accidental byproduct of the museum's foundation. Pneumatic tubes connect the memory extraction chamber to the Hall of the Forgotten, where the capsules are stored. The space has a ceremonial quality: robbing stations, ritualistic procedures for new members, the crossed eye symbol on every wall, that suggests the founders took their mission seriously as a practice rather than just a utility. This was not a casual convenience service. It was an institution with a theology, however informal. The theology of chosen forgetting. The pneumatic tube system that moves memory capsules from the extraction chamber to the storage vault is one of the show's most unsettling visual metaphors. Each capsule is small, glass, labeled, and contains a specific person's specific memory, a specific moment of knowing something that they subsequently didn't know. The tube fires the capsule into a vast archive where hundreds of them sit in rows, labeled with names and dates and brief descriptions that are both precise and insufficient. Memory of encounter with unknown entity, do not return. Experience of supernatural event, October 1997. The descriptions tell you that something happened while telling you nothing about what it was. The Hall of the Forgotten is a library of things people chose not to remember. Its existence represents a particular kind of loss, not the loss of the experiences themselves, which are preserved in the glass, but the loss of their integration into the lives of the people who had them. Memory is not just storage. Memory is identity. The accumulated record of what has happened to you is a significant part of who you are, and the Hall of the Forgotten holds, in neat archival rows, significant parts of who dozens of Gravity Falls residents are. Those parts of them are there. They just can't access them. The Society's membership, by the time Dipper and the others discover it in Season 2, is a cross-section of Gravity Falls community. Toby determined. The local newspaper reporter, which is its own interesting detail. The person whose professional responsibility is to document what happens is also a member of the organization that erases documentation of what happens. Bud Gleeful, Gideon's father. Various other townspeople who, at some point in the preceding decades, saw something they couldn't cope with, found the society, consented to the extraction, and stayed on as members. The membership consent is an important point. The society doesn't force people, at least not in its original conception. People come to them. People ask. The consent is real even if the full implications of it are not fully communicated. You agree to let them remove the memory. You agree that it will be stored and could theoretically be returned. You probably don't fully reckon with the fact that the removal will leave a gap that your mind will process as something having been wrong, that you'll have a background sense of unease without any explanation for it, that the community you live in will be subtly populated by other people with similar gaps having similar unexplained unease, and that this collective state of managed ignorance makes the town somewhat easier to control for anyone who knows how the management is working. Blind Ivan understood this last point very well. Ivan, who took over as the society's leader sometime after McGucket's mental deterioration made him unable to continue directing it, recognized what McGucket had built as a tool of social management as well as a medical service. The power to make people forget things was power. The archive of what had been forgotten was leverage. Ivan used both, carefully and quietly, to make himself and the society indispensable to the maintenance of Gravity Falls' comfortable fiction that nothing weird was happening there. What the society's 30-year operation did to Gravity Falls as a community is something the show only gestures toward rather than fully examining, but the gestures are significant. The town has a quality of mild dreamlike disconnection. People have experiences that don't quite fit their narrative of what Gravity Falls is like, and those experiences get softened by the vague sense that something is slightly not right without anything being specifically wrong. The accepted reality of the town is maintained not by the absence of weirdness, but by the systematic removal of evidence from the memories of the people who encountered it. The weirdness happened. The people experienced it. They just can't access the experience. The gap is there. The gap is producing anxiety. But the anxiety has no content, no target, no specific thing to respond to. This is, when you describe it explicitly, a form of gaslighting at community scale. The society doesn't tell people that what they saw wasn't real. It removes the record of what they saw. The effect is functionally equivalent to being told repeatedly that you're imagining things, except instead of telling you, it reaches inside your head and removes the thing you might otherwise point to as evidence. Dipper's insight that the society is responsible for McGucket's state comes through one of the show's more elegant pieces of reasoning. The label on the exploded laptop says McGucket Labs, which implies McGucket built the laptop, which implies McGucket was involved with the research that produced the laptop, which means McGucket knows things he currently claims not to know, which means something happened to McGucket's knowledge. The leap to the Blind Eye Society is made when Journal 3's entry on hooded figures triggers genuine distress in McGucket, the body remembering what the mind was made to forget. The destruction of the society is satisfying in the specific way that the defeat of something that derived its power from secrecy is satisfying when the secrecy is removed. Dipper uses the memory gun on Blind Ivan and the other society members, erasing their memories of their involvement in the organization. They become instantly the thing that the society had done to hundreds of others. People with a gap in their experience, confused about a period of their lives, unable to explain certain things they find in their own pockets and closets. Ivan, who had no identity outside the society, ends up in a state similar to McGucket's early deterioration, without the context to make sense of his own history. The irony is complete and intentional. The organization built to make people forget is dismantled by its targets, making it forget itself. The weapon is the weapon. What comes after the society's dismantling is the work of recovery, which the show handles with appropriate incompleteness. McGucket gets his earliest memories back and begins the long process of reconstructing himself from those fragments. The town residents whose memories were stored in the capsules presumably have some process for retrieval, though the show doesn't fully dramatize this. The Hall of the Forgotten sits there, full of its glass tubes, each one a person's recovered or unrecovered truth. The episode Society of the Blind Eye contains a decoded note in Journal 3, visible only under blacklight, that Ford wrote about McGucket's organization before the events of the show. If my suspicions are correct, this is the work of Fiddleford. Does he really have to go to such great lengths to forget? The question is genuinely asked. Ford doesn't know the answer. He sees the scale of what McGucket built and can only wonder, from outside it, what it was he saw that made forgetting seem worth this. He knows what McGucket saw. He saw what was on the other side of the portal. He saw what Ford was building a door toward, And the fact that this knowledge drove his closest friend to systematic self-erasure is something Ford has to hold alongside his decision to continue the project after McGucket left. His knowledge that someone he trusted had seen what was coming and had chosen to destroy their own mind rather than live with that knowledge, and Ford had kept going anyway. Section 9, Dipper Pines. The boy who reached for tomorrow too fast. His real name is never given in the show. This is a creative choice by Hirsch that the show acknowledges in-universe. The name is treated as something embarrassing, referenced obliquely, the subject of a joke or two, but the choice has a deeper logic that is consistent with everything else the show does. Dipper's real name doesn't matter, because Dipper is not defined by the name his parents gave him. He's defined by the mark on his forehead, by the constellation, by the thing that identified him as different from birth in a way he didn't choose and can't change. He is what he observes, and what he observes is the shape of the sky. At 12 years old, Dipper is the kind of kid who has been the smartest person in most of the rooms he's been in, who has figured out that being smart is not the same as being liked, and who has responded to this discovery by deciding that being liked is what kids want, and being respected is what he wants. He has a notebook. He has opinions about the credibility of various eyewitness accounts. He takes himself with a seriousness that the show treats with affection rather than contempt. It never laughs at Dipper for caring deeply, only gently at him for caring in slightly the wrong direction occasionally. He is, in Alex Hirsch's description, based on Hirsch himself at that age. That neurotic kid who carried 16 cameras and reversed his own voice recordings looking for hidden messages. He is essentially what you'd get if you took the creator of Gravity Falls and put him inside the show he created. The thing that drives Dipper more than anything else is the need to be taken seriously, not liked. He has people who like him, the friendship with Suze and Wendy and Mabel is genuine and deep, but taken seriously. Seen as capable, as mature, as someone worth listening to when they make a claim about something that matters. He wants to be treated as an adult, or at least as the kind of not-quite adult who is close enough to adult that the adults in the room modify their behavior accordingly. He wants to sit at the table where things are discussed, not in the other room where the children wait to be told what was decided. This want is reasonable, and also, the show consistently demonstrates, slightly miscalibrated. Dipper is already capable of doing remarkable things. He solves mysteries that trained adults haven't managed. He faces supernatural threats that would legitimately terrify people twice his age, and manages them with a combination of preparation and improvisation that is genuinely impressive. He doesn't need to reach for recognition from the adults around him. He's already doing the things that merit recognition. But the recognition itself, the acknowledgement, the adult validation, is what he's actually seeking, and the show gently but consistently points out that waiting for external validation is less useful than building the internal certainty that doesn't require it. His relationship with Wendy Corduroy is the first extended examination of this theme. Wendy is 15, cool in the way that 15-year-olds who have figured out that the social performance of middle school is a game you don't have to play can be cool, and genuinely kind toward Dipper in the way that older kids who remember being 12 and taking themselves too seriously can be kind. Dipper has a significant crush on her. The show handles this with more honesty than most animated series would manage. The crush is real. Wendy is aware of it, and when Dipper eventually confesses it in the season 1 finale, Wendy's response is gentle but clear. She doesn't feel the same way. 3 years is too much right now. She values him as a friend, and she means all of this. The aftermath is handled with equal honesty. Dipper is sad. The sadness is real. And then they're still friends, because the friendship was always the substance of the relationship, and the crush was the story Dipper told about it. This is one of the show's quieter pieces of emotional education, that the feeling of wanting something and the value of what you already have are different things, and that sometimes the healthiest move is to let the wanting settle back into appreciation. Ford's arrival in the middle of Season 2 is the more complex version of the same dynamic. Ford represents everything Dipper wants to become: the scientist, the researcher, the person who devoted their brilliant mind to understanding the most extraordinary phenomena in human experience, and who built things that nobody else could build. Ford recognizes something of himself in Dipper, and his offer of an apprenticeship is genuine. He's not flattering Dipper in the way Bill flattered him. He actually sees the qualities he says he sees. But the parallels are almost too exact, and the show positions them carefully enough that an attentive viewer can see what Dipper can't yet. That Ford is offering Dipper the same path Ford walked, and that path ended at the portal. Dipper considers staying in Gravity Falls to study with Ford, instead of going home with Mabel. He genuinely considers it. The offer is extraordinary. Direct access to the most knowledgeable paranormal researcher in human history. A mentorship that would accelerate his development by years. A path toward the significance he's always wanted. These are real things. The cost is equally real. His sister, his home, the version of himself that exists specifically in the context of being Mabel's twin. The argument with Mabel happens before he's made the decision, and it's an argument that reveals more about both of them than either is comfortable with. Dipper says things about Mabel's refusal to grow up that are true but unkind. Mabel says things about Dipper's worship of Ford that are true but come from a place of fear she's not ready to name. They are both in this argument the least generous versions of themselves, while also being entirely honest about things they've been not saying all summer. What resolves it, not cleanly, not instantly, but genuinely, is Dipper's decision in Mabeland. He tells Mabel he's not going to stay. He makes this clear before he knows whether it will convince her to leave the bubble, before he knows whether it will be enough. He's not saying it as strategy. He's saying it because being honest with her is more important than any other outcome, including the one where she comes back. He's saying it because she deserves to know, actually, what he chooses when the choice is real. What Dipper learns across the show's 2 seasons is not primarily about supernatural phenomena or research methodology or cipher systems, though he learns all of those things. What he learns is the difference between significance earned through external validation and significance built from who you actually are. He is enough at 12. He will be more at 20. Not because someone gave him a stamp of approval, but because he's already doing the work. And the work accumulates. And accumulation is its own kind of credential. By the time the bus pulls away from Gravity Falls at the end of Weirdmageddon 3, Dipper is still 12, or technically 13, as of his birthday party earlier in the episode. But he's 12 in a way that has more room in it than it did in June. He knows things, not just about supernatural phenomena, about himself, about what he actually needs rather than what he thought he wanted. He also has the note. See you next summer. Wendy, who has been the most emotionally wise adult in Dipper's life all season, gives him a folded piece of paper as the bus is boarding. He waits until the bus is moving to open it. The note is 4 words, but 4 words that tell him that this summer didn't end, not really. It just changed form. Summer is not a fixed season. Summer is a state of being genuinely alive in a place where everything is possible and the weird becomes ordinary and the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and you can get back to it if you want to, badly enough. He wants to badly enough. He always will. Section 10. Mabel Pines. The girl who knew that joy was its own kind of wisdom. Mabel Pines enters the show in the backseat of a bus talking to a fly. She has given the fly a name. She's been having a conversation with it. When it flies out the window, she tells Dipper that she thinks we really connected. This is the show's thesis for Mabel, delivered in a moment of pure comedy. She connects with things. All things. Flies, pigs, boys, her brother, the idea of summer itself. She brings to her connections an intensity and a sincerity that could, in less careful writing, tip over into parody, but that the show consistently grounds in something real. Mabel doesn't connect carelessly. She connects completely. Her design is immediately distinctive. The colorful knitwear, the grappling hook, the braces that the show consistently describes as rainbow-colored, the hair in a bob, the general quality of someone who has decided that dressing for fun is more interesting than dressing for approval. She knits her own sweaters. They're covered in cats and owls and stars and rainbows and occasionally pigs. She makes things. This is the core of her character at the practical level. The fact that she is always in the process of producing some kind of material expression of her internal state, be it a sweater or a glitter craft, or an elaborate scrapbook she maintains throughout the summer with the dedication of someone who understands that memory is not just what happened, but how you record it. Alex Hirsch has said that Mabel is based on his twin sister Ariel, and that Ariel really did wear wacky sweaters and have a different ridiculous crush every week. He's also said that Mabel is considerably smarter than she appears, and that the smartness is not in spite of her exuberance, but because of it. That her ability to read people and situations, to understand what's actually happening emotionally in any given moment, is an intelligence that looks different from Dipper's analytical mode, but is no less real. What Mabel is smart about specifically is people. She understands immediately when someone is in pain that they haven't named. She responds to what's actually present rather than to what's been stated. Her emotional intelligence is the kind that allows her to say the right thing in the moment when everyone else is saying the wrong thing. Not because she thought about what was right, but because she felt what was needed. This is an unusual kind of capability to center in the second protagonist of a mystery show. Mystery shows typically privilege the analytical over the empathic, and the choice is deliberate. The show is saying that both modes of intelligence are required. That the puzzle solving and the feeling through things are not competing approaches but complementary ones, and that neither the twins nor the show would get anywhere without both. Her summer romances, the running joke of the first season, Mabel's ongoing quest for a perfect summer romance, are not purely played for comedy, though they are genuinely funny. Norman the zombie gnome, Gideon the child's psychic villain, Mermando the merman, the boy band members. Each encounter is a comedy piece with its own internal logic, but underneath the comedy is the real thing driving Mabel's romantic optimism, the need for the summer to have a permanent shape. If she finds the right person here, the summer will have left something behind that doesn't dissolve when August ends. She will go home changed in a specific and lasting way, and the change will be visible to anyone who knew her before. This is a relatable impulse, and the show doesn't mock her for it. The reason none of the romances work is not that Mabel is bad at love. She's magnificent at it. She loves people with a completeness and a wholeness that makes her company genuinely transformative. The reason they don't work is that she's 12 and she's spending the summer in a town where gnomes try to kidnap people and the lake has a monster, and the local psychic is a 9-year-old with dreams of world domination. The conditions are not favorable for sustainable romance. What she gets instead, and what the show positions as more valuable even if it doesn't feel like it at the time, is a summer so specific and so vivid and so completely itself that it becomes the standard against which she measures everything else. The summer she spent in Gravity Falls with Dipper, fighting supernatural threats and making friends with a handyman who treats her like a person, and a teenage cashier who treats her like a peer, and a great uncle who turns out to be more than he appeared. This summer is the kind of thing that most people get once in a lifetime if they're lucky, and Mabel gets it at 12. And the scrapbook she makes about it is the most honest record of a human summer that the show has ever managed to produce. Bill's trap for her is, as we'll discuss in more detail later, perfect precisely because it knows what she values and offers her a permanent version of it. Mabeland is a pocket dimension calibrated to Mabel's deepest wants, a summer that never ends, an idealized Dipper who never needs to grow up or move away, all her friends at their most supportive, no complications, no endings, no growing up required. Bill built her a prison using the material of her own longing. The horrifying element of Mabeland is not that it's obviously bad, it's obviously good. It's everything Mabel says she wants, made real and stable and permanent. The frightening thing is how long it takes Dipper to convince her to leave, because Mabel is not stupid, and she is not simply deceived. She knows it isn't real. She stays anyway for a while because the alternative, the real world, with its real complications and real endings, has become genuinely hard in ways she's not sure she can handle. The key to getting her out is not an argument. Dipper doesn't convince her by being right. He gets her back by being there, by being present in a way that the idealized Dipper in Mabeland couldn't replicate, because presence is not a quality that can be simulated. The real Dipper is imperfect and complicated and frequently frustrating, and sometimes says the wrong thing and has his own needs that don't always align with Mabel's. He is genuinely there with all the weight of a real person, and the weight is what she needs. The lightness of Maybelline, its lack of friction, its permanent accommodation, is ultimately empty, because love without friction isn't love. It's just warmth. She pops the bubble. She walks back into Weirdmageddon. She is 12 years old and she has just refused a perfect world in favor of an imperfect one because the imperfect one contains the people she actually loves, actually in the actual world with all its actual complications. This is wisdom, not the wisdom of analysis or methodology. The wisdom of knowing what matters and choosing it, even when what matters isn't the most comfortable option. Mabel has this wisdom at 12, and she gets it not from study or experience or anyone teaching it to her, but from being, fundamentally, the kind of person who pays attention to what's real in the ways that matter. The kind of person who names the fly before it flies out the window. The kind of person who makes a scrapbook of the whole summer. The kind of person who understands, without being told, that the whole point of being alive is the specific texture of the specific moments you're in, and that any system that offers to preserve those moments by removing their specificity has misunderstood what was worth preserving. She's smarter than anyone gives her credit for. She always was. Section 11. Monsters and Anomalies. The Bestiary of a Broken World. There is a passage in Journal 3 that Ford wrote sometime in his first winter in Gravity Falls, before the portal was even a concept, before Bill had made contact, before anything had gone wrong. In this passage, he is describing the town not as a problem to be solved, but as a phenomenon to be cataloged. And the energy in the writing is the energy of someone who has found exactly what they've spent their life looking for. He writes about the woods as being literally alive in a way that defies current biological understanding. And you can feel the pleasure in that sentence, in the acknowledgement that current understanding is insufficient, that the world is bigger than the models that describe it, that there is more to find. This is the Gravity Falls that existed before it was a crisis. A place of astonishing abundance of natural, or rather deeply unnatural, phenomena occurring with enough regularity that they could be systematically documented. A place where the field notes never ran dry, where every walk through the trees had the potential to produce something that required its own entry in the journals. Ford has been described by Hirsch as someone who found his purpose in Gravity Falls, and the journals are the record of that purpose being fulfilled in ways he couldn't have anticipated. Every creature, every phenomenon, every anomaly is a gift to someone whose entire identity was built around understanding things that other people couldn't explain. The range of what he found is extraordinary. Some of it is biological, creatures that technically qualify as animals, even if no existing classification system would know what to do with them. Some of it is geological or meteorological, phenomena tied to the specific landscape and its particular confluence of electromagnetic, ley line, and interdimensional energies. Some of it defies categorization entirely, things that don't fit into any existing framework for what kinds of things exist, that require the invention of new categories. Start with gnomes, because gnomes are how the show introduces Gravity Falls' hidden population on its first day, and because gnomes, specifically the gnome Jeff and his collective, are a perfect illustration of how the show handles its creatures. They're played for comedy, a collective organism of small men who join together to form a larger body, a hive mind with opinions about weddings and a tendency toward kidnapping. But their ecology is coherent. They have a social structure, a hierarchy, a very specific kind of want that drives their behavior. They're not random weirdness. They're a type of creature with type-consistent behavior, and once you understand the type, their actions make sense. The shapeshifter, introduced in Into the Bunker and serving as the most viscerally frightening creature the show has put on screen, is a different order of thing entirely. Shapeshifters are entities that have lost or never had a stable form, that survive by copying other things, and that therefore constitute a kind of walking erasure of stable identity. The one Ford captured and sealed in the bunker had been held there long enough that it had deteriorated. Its ability to maintain any single form was degrading, and by the time Dipper encounters it, it has begun cycling through forms involuntarily, unable to hold anything for more than a moment. The scene where it copies Dipper's face exactly and uses Dipper's voice to speak to Wendy is one of the show's most disturbing. Not because it's gruesome, there's no blood, no violence yet, but because the thing looking at you with your friend's eyes, speaking with your friend's voice, is using the friend shape as a weapon. Identity is not just about appearance. The shapeshifter understands this. It copies the appearance and then performs the identity with enough accuracy to be convincing, and the horror is in the fact that for a few seconds it works. For a few seconds, Wendy isn't sure. What the shapeshifter takes from Ford after its capture is its final coherent form, a warning. It tells them that the author is not who they think and that they're all going to die. This is the creature being used as a plot device to escalate the mystery's tension, but it also fits characterologically. A shapeshifter in deterioration, having been imprisoned by the most knowledgeable paranormal researcher in the world, might have accumulated information. It's been down there in the dark, degrading since sometime in the late 1980s or early 1990s. Whatever it knows, it's had a long time to sit with. The Gremloblin is a creature that produces chaos in the form of nightmare visions. Whatever you see reflected in its eyes is your deepest fear, rendered vividly enough to produce genuine physical reaction. Ford studied it and wrote about it with a researcher's dispassion, noting its biology and behavior while presumably managing the practical problem of studying something that could cause psychological harm simply by making eye contact. The solution he found, presumably involving some combination of mirrors and careful positioning, is not described in detail, but the fact that he found it and continued is consistent with Ford's pattern of treating every risk as a puzzle with a solution, rather than a reason to stop. The Lilliputians, the miniature golfers who inhabit the mini-golf course, who have built an entire civilization at the scale of a golf hole, who have their own wars and economies and aristocratic traditions, represent the show's commitment to giving even its most comic creatures genuine depth. Their societies are petty in the way human societies are petty. Their conflicts are recognizable even at miniature scale. And their relationship with the full-sized humans who occasionally visit their world is one of complicated power dynamics that the Lilliputians manage partly through charm and partly through the kind of persistent scheming that small parties use against larger ones throughout history. The Manitors, the hyper-masculine minotaurs who live in the woods and have organized their society around an extreme version of physical prowess and emotional suppression, are a comedy piece and also a genuine piece of anthropological observation. Their culture is internally coherent, historically explicable, if you imagine how a society built around survival in genuinely threatening conditions might calcify into a permanent martial culture even after the conditions change, and ultimately hollow in exactly the way hypermasculine performance cultures tend to be hollow. Dipper's acceptance by the Manitors and subsequent rejection of their values is an arc about the difference between what you have to prove and who you actually are. The same theme the show runs through everything, just this time rendered in Minotaur. The lake monster Gobblewonker is the first major creature mystery in the show, and it serves partly as a demonstration of the show's approach to its mythology. Not everything is supernatural. The Gobblewonker turns out to be a mechanical creature built by Old Man McGucket, the reveal that shifts him from background eccentric to potentially significant figure. But the fact that this particular mystery had a mundane explanation, well, mundane adjacent, a giant mechanical lake monster built by a locally institutionalized elderly man is not strictly mundane. Doesn't mean that the show is going to debunk all its mysteries. The next creature is genuinely supernatural. The revelation serves to establish that the world of the show has multiple kinds of mystery, and that the methodology required to navigate it has to remain flexible. Carpet Diem's body-swapping carpet, technically not a creature but a magical object, produces one of the Season 1 episodes most interested in questions of identity, because the swap between Dipper and Mabel forces each of them into the specific texture of the other's experience, in a way that talking about it never could. The show uses the supernatural premise as a delivery mechanism for genuine empathy. You understand someone's life differently when you have to actually live in it, navigate the social pressures and physical reality of it, make decisions within its constraints. Dipper and Mabel know each other extremely well before the swap. After it, they know each other in a different register, experientially rather than observationally. The Northwest Ghost, the one sealed in Nathaniel Northwest's hunting lodge, the one that was promised the town's nobility would open the lodge to the common folk, and who returns every generation to enforce the promise, is one of the show's most genuinely frightening creatures, and also one of the most explicitly moral. The ghost's anger is justified. He was cheated. The promise was made and kept being broken, generation after generation, with the Northwest adjusting the terms and finding excuses and generally doing what powerful families have always done with commitments to the people who depend on them. The supernatural punishment he inflicts on guests of the party is horrifying in execution, but the logic is unimpeachable. You made a promise. You didn't keep it. Here are the consequences. His pacification through Pacifica's choice to open the doors, her first real act of resistance against her parents, accomplished by pulling a lever that her father had physically conditioned her to obey, is meaningful because she's not just undoing her parents' specific choice. She's interrupting the transgenerational pattern. The ghost's grudge is not against Pacifica personally. It's against the lineage. And Pacifica's act, in front of witnesses, breaks the lineage's pattern in a way that the ghost apparently finds sufficient because the rage dissipates. He wanted someone in that family to actually do what was promised. Finally, someone did. The journal's creatures extend beyond what the show has time to dramatize in full. Entries mention the hide behind, a creature that has never been observed because it's always behind something, always just out of direct view. An entity whose defining characteristic is its absence from the frame of perception, which is a useful description of the thing you feel looking at you when you're alone in the woods. The multi-bear, the Summerween trickster, the Gyphon, the Manotaur Craze, and Olger. Each a specific world with specific rules, each an answer to a slightly different question about what might exist at the edge of what we can see. Ford's journals collectively constitute an act of counter-cartography, a map of the world that lies underneath the world, the version of the landscape that you can only see if you know what you're looking for and are willing to look. He gave this map to the woods in the sense that he embedded pieces of it in safe spaces across the terrain, behind waterfalls, in abandoned structures, in the bunker. And the act of finding those pieces, as Dipper found the first one in the attic, and eventually the second and third, is an initiation. You are being handed a way of seeing. Whether you can use it without being destroyed by it depends on who you are and whether you're ready. Dipper, it turns out, was ready enough. Not completely ready. No one is ever completely ready for that map, but enough. Enough to navigate most of what it pointed toward without losing himself in it. And what he found by following it was not just the creatures and the phenomena, but the specific, particular truth of this specific, particular town. The history underneath the postcard, the reality underneath the fiction, the actual gravity falls that waited beneath the version of itself that it had learned to show. Section 12. Gideon Gleeful. Ambition without wisdom. The thing about Gideon Gleeful is that he's 9 years old, and the show never lets you forget it. This is crucial to understanding him because the temptation when describing Gideon is to describe the costume first. The white pompadour, the sequined suit, the Southern Revival preacher aesthetic rendered in miniature, and to let the costume imply a kind of knowing sophistication, a child who is performing adulthood so successfully that he might as well be an adult. But Gideon is not sophisticated. He is a 9-year-old with access to genuine supernatural power, a completely unchecked sense of entitlement, parents who have confused performing affirmation for providing guidance, and a capacity for obsessive fixation that has never encountered any friction. The combination produces something genuinely alarming. His show, Lil Gideon's Big House of Psychic Discount Prices, is the local institution that Ford's Mystery Shack competes against and never really threatens until the twins arrive. It's full every night, it generates devotion in its audience that verges on religious, and Gideon performs it with the professional technique of someone who has been doing this since they were old enough to hold a microphone. Which, in his case, is essentially when he could hold a microphone because his parents identified his ability early and built an entire enterprise around it before he had any framework for what the ability meant or what it could cost him if misused. He was given a gift and told it made him special, and no one ever explained the difference between special and exempt. Journal 2 is the specific instrument of Gideon's most dangerous period. It came to him by unspecified means before the show begins. Hirsch has said only that Gideon's family found it, without specifying whether found means discovered, purchased, or acquired through less transparent means. And he treats it not as a research document, but as a power source. Ford wrote Journal 2 to understand things. Gideon reads Journal 2 to control things. The distinction in intent produces completely different relationships with the same material. Ford approached his subject with humility about what he didn't know. Gideon approaches his with the certainty of someone who believes that knowing how a thing works makes it yours to use however you want. His pursuit of Mabel deserves the analysis it occasionally doesn't get in retellings of the show, because it's not just a joke. Gideon has identified Mabel as the person he wants to be with, and his wanting is absolute and occupies the entire moral landscape of his thinking. If he wants her, wanting her is right, and anything that stands between him and having what he wants is wrong and should be removed. This is not romantic love in any sense that resembles mature love. It's possession without regard for the other person's interiority, the assumption that what the desired object wants is either irrelevant or correctable through persistence. He is genuinely 9 years old when he decides this. His conception of what having Mabel would mean is accordingly 9 years old. Not physical, exactly, but ownership in a way that doesn't distinguish between a person and a particularly desirable toy. The horror is not that Gideon is a small, evil mastermind. The horror is that he's a child who was never taught to regard other people as having inner lives that are equally real and equally valid to his own, who has been systematically enabled in the belief that his wants are special, and who has access to supernatural capability that allows him to act on his worst impulses without the normal friction of consequence. The Season 1 finale's escalation, in which Gideon successfully takes the mystery shack from Stan and then attempts to have Dipper killed, is where the show stops treating him as primarily comic and acknowledges that the comic performance is a mask on something genuinely dangerous. His instruction to Lolf and Dungren, take care of Dipper permanently, is delivered with a composure that is far more frightening than screaming would be. He's not emotional about it, he's practical about it. Dipper is in the way, and things in the way get removed. That's the logic. 9 years old, white pompadour, sequined suit, entirely serious about wanting a 12-year-old killed. His Season 2 arc, in prison, stripped of his amulet, recalibrated by incarceration in a way that initially appears to be genuine character development, and then reveals itself to be strategic patience, is one of the show's more nuanced, long-term character studies. Prison changes Gideon in some ways. It forces him into a peer group that has no reason to affirm his specialness, teaches him social negotiation skills he'd never had to develop at home, and eventually earns him genuine respect from fellow inmates through the discovery that he can solve problems they can't. But it doesn't change his fundamental orientation toward the world. He learns to be patient and socially intelligent about his wanting. He doesn't stop wanting to take things. The deal he makes with Bill Cipher is the logical conclusion of a character who has always been willing to trade anything for the thing he wants. Bill offers him Gravity Falls on a silver platter in exchange for information about the Pines family. Gideon takes the deal without sufficient reflection on what anything might include, because the want is always bigger than the caution in Gideon's architecture. He gets what he asked for. Gravity Falls, briefly, during Weirdmageddon, under Bill's dominion. This is not what he imagined, it is very much what he agreed to. His redemptive moment, his role in releasing the Northwests and other prisoners from Bill's petrification, his instruction to the prisoners to fight back, his eventual alliance with people he'd been enemies with, is not a complete redemption. It's not supposed to be. Gideon at the end of the show is not a different person. He's a person who made a better choice in a specific critical moment. Character change is slow, and the show doesn't shortcut it for the comfort of a clean ending. He'll need more time, more friction, more encounters with the interiority of other people before better choice in a crisis becomes actually different person. But the better choice happened, and it cost him something, and the cost matters. What Gideon represents in the show's larger argument about power and maturity is a cautionary illustration of capability without character formation. He has genuine ability, real psychic sensitivity, real charisma, real intelligence of a particular kind. These are not fake. What he never received was the developmental scaffolding that allows capability to be used responsibly. The experience of being told no, the practice of understanding that other people's needs are real, the slow accumulation of self-knowledge that comes from encountering your own limits. His parents gave him everything he wanted, and what they took away in doing so was the friction that builds character. The polish on Gideon Gleeful is the polish of something that has never been tested. Everything underneath it is still 9 years old. Section 13. The Northwest Family. Cruelty as Inheritance. The Northwest family's founding myth is that Nathaniel Northwest, the original settler of Gravity Falls, was a great man whose vision and courage established the town, and whose descendants carry his legacy forward into each successive generation. The portrait in the hallway, the statues in the park, the family name on half the public buildings in town, all of it points toward this founding story, this originary greatness, this claim to civic significance that justifies the family's perpetual prominence. It's a lie. Nathaniel Northwest was, to put it plainly, a fraud. A fraud who stole credit from the actual founders, who made promises to the local population that he had no intention of keeping, who leveraged social power to build a myth around himself at the expense of anyone who knew the truth. The Northwest family's estate was built on this myth, and the family has maintained it through 5 generations by doing what families built on myths do: controlling the information environment so that the myth never encounters the evidence that would dissolve it. Reginald Northwest's parenting of Pacifica is the show's most direct examination of what multi-generational myth maintenance does to the people trapped inside it. Reginald is not stupid, and he is not simply cruel in the reflexive way of someone who hasn't thought about what they're doing. He is strategic in his cruelty, which is considerably worse. He has identified the specific methods that produce the specific kind of daughter he needs. One who performs the family image without friction, who is sufficiently motivated to maintain the performance by the threat of shame, and who has been conditioned to respond to certain signals in ways that make her controllable in specific social contexts. The bell is the symbol the show uses for this. At some point in Pacifica's childhood, Reginald trained her using a bell, a classical conditioning technique in which she learned to associate the sound of the bell with punishment or shame of some kind. By the time we see the method in operation, the bell doesn't even need to ring. The suggestion of it, the act of reaching into a pocket, is enough. The conditioning is complete. She flinches before the sound happens. This is depicted in the show without extensive dramatization, shown in a single scene that conveys everything through Pacifica's immediate physical response and Reginald's complete composure while using it. He is not experiencing conflict about it. He is deploying a tool he built for a purpose he considers legitimate. The horror is in the composure, not in the cruelty. The cruelty is almost incidental to the composure, a thing done without hesitation because it has never been the subject of hesitation. Pacifica's social armor, her meanness toward Mabel in the early episodes, her deployment of social status as a weapon, her performance of superiority, is a defense system that makes complete sense once you understand what she's defending against. Being at the top of the social hierarchy, being untouchable, being the kind of person whose family name makes people step aside, is protection against being the person at home who flinches at bells. If she is always the one with power in the social exchange, she is never in the position of powerlessness that is her daily reality in private. The performance of contempt is the performance of someone managing terror. The Northwest Mansion episode, Northwest Mansion Mystery, is structured as a haunted house story but operates as a family history. The ghost, the one we discussed in the creatures section, the one who comes every century to punish the Northwest's failure to keep their promise, is the specific form that the family's transgenerational bad faith takes in the supernatural economy of Gravity Falls. The family debt has accumulated. It accrues interest in the form of supernatural threat. The threat is calibrated to the specific wrong. You turned away people who needed you, so the ghost turns your guests to wood, rendering them inert and decorative in the same way you've made the poor of Gravity Falls inert and decorative in your narrative of the town's history. Pacifica's relationship with Dipper over the course of the episode is the show's most careful and compact character rehabilitation arc. It doesn't overstate the change. She doesn't transform into a completely different person by the end of one night. But the episode systematically removes her from the context in which her armor is functional and places her in one in which only genuine capability and genuine courage are useful. And it turns out that she has both. She doesn't know she has them because she's never needed them before. The revelation is hers as much as the viewer's. When she pulls the lever her father specifically told her she was never to touch, the lever that opens the gates to the common folk, the lever that represents everything her family has refused to do for 5 generations. The act costs her something immediate and real. Her father's rage is genuine. The conditioning is real, and the punishment for breaking it will be real. She does it anyway, in part because the ghost is destroying everything in sight, but also, and this is the part the show is careful about, because she doesn't want to be the person she was raised to be anymore. She has spent a night doing things that required actual courage, and she has discovered that she is capable of them. And the person who is capable of actual courage is less interested in performing social superiority than the person who has never tested themselves. The show doesn't give the Northwest family a redemption arc as a family. Reginald remains Reginald. The mother, whose name is Priscilla, revealed in the credits, remains the perfectly groomed accessory to his social performance, her interiority essentially unexplored. The family's myth remains intact for public purposes. What changes is only Pacifica and only internally, the beginning of a change that will take longer than a summer to complete, but that began on one night in a haunted mansion when a 12-year-old girl pulled a lever her father told her never to touch. The broader point the Northwest family makes in the show's argument about power is that wealth and social position provide the infrastructure for performing virtue without having it. The Northwests have everything they need to be genuinely admirable: resources, influence, historical position. What they lack is the thing that can't be purchased or inherited, the thing that Pacifica has to find for herself under conditions of genuine pressure. The mansion's grandeur is the monument to everything the family chose over character, and the ghost haunting it is what the choosing cost. Section 14. The Cipher Hunt. When the fiction reached into the real world. In July 2016, the final episode of Gravity Falls aired on Disney Channel, and Alex Hirsch put a stone statue somewhere on the surface of the earth. He did not say where. He said only that someone would find it, and that finding it was possible, and that the people who tried to find it would need to follow a trail of clues that ran through multiple layers of encryption, multiple physical locations, and required genuine collaboration across a community of strangers who had never met. He called it the Cipher Hunt. The prize was the original production model of the Bill Cipher statue, the one that had appeared briefly in the final episode's post-credits scene, standing in a forest somewhere real, the triangle eye staring out of actual woods as a signal that Bill's story wasn't fully over. Finding the statue meant finding the object that connected the show to the world in the most literal possible way. A piece of the fiction standing in the real landscape, waiting for someone to come. Understanding the cipher. Hunt requires understanding something about what Gravity Falls had become by the time it ended. The show had attracted, over its 4-year run, a community of viewers who were not merely fans in the sense of people who watched and enjoyed, but researchers out in the most earnest sense. People who paused episodes frame by frame, who decoded every cryptogram in every credit sequence, who maintained collaborative wikis of a depth and accuracy that rivaled professional entertainment databases, who had spent years treating the hidden information in the show's text as a puzzle worth solving, and who had developed real skills in doing it. Hirsch had built the show partly for this community, layering in challenges at their level of capability and watching them rise to meet each one. The Cipher Hunt was the culmination of this relationship. A final puzzle designed not for casual viewers but for the community that had trained itself across 4 years to be exactly the right tools for the job. It required knowledge of the show's cryptographic systems, Caesar ciphers, A1Z26 substitution, Vigenère encryption, but also general puzzle-solving skills, physical travel, and the specific collaborative intelligence that comes from a large community applying diverse expertise to a shared problem. The first clue was a video posted to Hirsch's social media on July 20th, 2016. containing encoded text and an image. The community decoded it within hours. What followed was a sequence of locations: a mural in Los Angeles, a grave in Oregon, a library book that had been left in a specific location with a note inside, a sequence of messages that required solvers to obtain a phone number, call it, get instructions, and proceed to the next stage. Some stages required physical presence. Some required online puzzle solving. One required someone to travel to Japan and find a specific location based on a cryptic clue. The Japan stage is worth dwelling on because it illustrates something about Hirsch's design philosophy. He didn't hide everything in easily accessible American locations. He trusted the community to be international, to have members in Japan who could physically go where the clue pointed, to coordinate with remote participants who couldn't be there. This trust was justified. A Japanese fan found the relevant location within days. The community functioned as designed, extending across geography through shared purpose and collaborative intelligence. The statue was ultimately found in Reedsport, Oregon in August 2016. The final clue pointed solvers toward a local park, and members of the community converged there and dug up the statue from where it had been buried. The moment was documented and shared immediately, and the reaction from the broader fandom was a kind of collective catharsis. This thing that had lived in the screen had been real all along, in actual dirt in an actual Oregon town, and someone had actually found it. What the Cipher hunt represented, beyond its surface function as an elaborate treasure hunt, was a statement about the relationship between fiction and reality that is completely continuous with the show's own themes. Gravity Falls is, fundamentally, a show about the mystery underneath the visible surface of things, about the fact that reality contains layers, that what you see at first glance is never the complete picture, that paying careful attention and following the threads that most people don't notice leads you to discoveries that transform your understanding of the terrain. The Cipher hunt enacted this premise in the real world. The careful attention paid by a community of people who had trained their attention on a fiction led them to a real discovery in real terrain that transformed, however briefly, however modestly, the actual landscape. This is the thing that separates Gravity Falls' relationship with its audience from most entertainment franchises' relationships with theirs. The franchise wants engagement. Gravity Falls wanted a different thing, something harder to name, a kind of genuine reciprocity, a recognition that the community, bringing themselves fully to the work, was not consumption but collaboration, and that collaboration deserved to be honored with work that met them at their full capacity. The Book of Bill, published in 2023 and written as an in-universe document, extends this relationship into print. The book purports to be compiled from sources including Bill Cipher's own writings and recovered documents from his dimension. It reveals Habishia, or rather presents with the ambiguity appropriate to a document that is itself the product of a famously unreliable entity. Information about Bill's origin, his plans, his perspective on the events of the show. It's not a straightforward lore expansion, it's a puzzle, structured like a puzzle, with hidden text and visual codes and elements that require the same kind of careful attention the show rewarded. The community, unsurprisingly, decoded it with dispatch. The post-credits scene in the show's finale, the brief shot of the Bill Cipher statue standing in what appears to be a real forest under real light, was always intended as more than a teaser for a possible sequel. It was a signal that the universe of the show extended past the screen's edge into actual geography, and that the question of whether Bill was really gone was a question you could, in some sense, go and investigate in the real world. The Cipher hunt was the operationalization of that signal. Not just the mystery continues, but here is where the mystery went. Here is how you find it. Here are the tools. The rest is up to you. The relationship between Gravity Falls and its most dedicated audience is not the usual relationship between a creator and their fans. It's a collaboration that was designed into the work from the beginning, an invitation extended with enough genuine information, hidden in enough genuinely challenging ways that answering it required real development, real effort, real community. The show grew its audience's capability as it told its story, and then it gave that capability somewhere to go. Section 15. Bill and Ford, the anatomy of a perfect manipulation. Everything Bill ever told Ford was technically true. This is the detail that makes the Ford-Bill relationship so instructive as a study in manipulation. Bill didn't primarily use lies. He used truth, partial truth, truth told in the service of conclusions he wanted Ford to reach, truth weaponized into a precision instrument for dismantling a person's resistance. The six-fingered genius who had spent his entire academic life being told he was wrong found in Bill Cipher an entity who told him he was right. Not in a flattering, empty way, in a substantive, credible, specific way. Bill confirmed Ford's most significant ideas, explained mechanisms that had eluded him, supplied answers that his own intellect hadn't been able to reach. The confirmation was real. The mechanism was real. The fact that providing it served Bill's specific and devastating purposes was the part Bill left out. Ford was approximately 35 years old when Bill first made contact. By this point, his academic career was in ruins, or rather, was finished. The door closed by the paper he published about the Society of the Blind Eye and the interdimensional portal he claimed existed beneath Gravity Falls. The paper was correct, but correct in a way that no existing institution was equipped to take seriously, and the response was ridicule and professional exile. He had retreated to Gravity Falls, to the place that had generated his paper's subject matter, and he was trying to continue his work in isolation, without institutional resources, without colleagues, without anyone to confirm or challenge what he was finding. Into this isolation, Bill arrived. The dream vision framing. Bill presents himself as a character who appears in dreams, who can be invited or uninvited, who operates in the in-between space of sleep, is enormously effective as a manipulation context because dreams are already strange, already rule-bending, already the place where things don't quite follow normal logic. An entity who appears in dreams benefits from the ambient unreality of the setting. The standards of evidence are lower. The emotional valence is higher. And the dreamer, waking up with vivid memories of a conversation with a being of apparently unlimited knowledge and genuine interest in their work, carries those memories into their waking life with the resonance of something that felt like truth. Bill's early appearances to Ford were, by most accounts, extraordinarily pleasant. Ford has described the experience of early contact as the most intellectually stimulating of his life. A being who matched his intelligence, who could discuss interdimensional physics and ley line theory, and the specific anomalies of the fall's geography with genuine fluency and occasional insight that surpassed Ford's own. Bill asked questions that forced Ford to develop his thinking. Bill offered information that accelerated the research by years. Bill was, in every interaction, fully present, fully engaged, apparently delighted by Ford's company. The delight was real, in the sense that Bill genuinely found Ford useful and interesting. The deception was also real, in the sense that Bill's interest was never in Ford's well-being or intellectual flourishing. These were means, not ends. Ford's genius was the instrument that could build the portal. Everything else, the intellectual companionship, the research support, the years of apparently genuine collaboration, was the preparation of the instrument. McGuckett's exit from the project was the first major crack in the working fiction. McGuckett saw what was on the other side when they tested the portal, and what he saw broke something in him. He refused to continue. He destroyed his notes. He built his memory gun and destroyed the knowledge of what he'd seen because living with having seen it seemed worse than losing it. His departure left a gap in the project that Ford had to cover alone, and it introduced into the collaboration a question that Ford didn't fully process in the moment. His closest friend and collaborator, a brilliant man, had looked through the window Ford was building and had chosen to destroy his own memory rather than know what was there. This should have been a significant signal about what was on the other side of that window. Ford kept building. The moment of revelation, when Bill finally disclosed his actual intentions, when the facade of collaboration dissolved into something else, happened sometime after the portal's near completion. Hirsch has been deliberately imprecise about the exact sequence, but the Journal 3 entries and the flashback in A Tale of Two Stands establish that by the time Ford made the decision to hide the third journal and sabotage the portal's activation sequence, he knew that completing the project as designed would allow Bill to use the portal as a doorway from the nightmare realm into the physical world. He knew that his friend, his intellectual companion, his research collaborator, had been using him as a construction contractor to build the door to the apocalypse. The 6 years between this revelation and the portal accident that sent Ford into the multiverse are not fully dramatized, but the emotional residue of them is visible in Journal 3's entries. They become darker, more paranoid, more explicit about the threats Ford perceives from supernatural sources. He warns against trusting beings claiming to help. He warns specifically against beings that appear in dreams. He writes about Bill with the specific vocabulary of someone who has been betrayed in the deepest way they know. Not the betrayal of a lie discovered, but the betrayal of a genuine relationship revealed to have been a performance. This is the specific wound that Bill inflicted. Not the failure of the Portal project, not the years of wasted effort, not the exile to the multiverse that followed the accident. The wound was the retrospective destruction of the relationship itself. Every conversation that had felt like genuine intellectual companionship, every exchange that had mattered to Ford in the way that a true intellectual peer's engagement matters, was retrospectively emptied out. It had been a performance. The performer had never been there. What Ford had thought was the first and only real understanding he'd ever received from anyone had been an act from start to finish. Bill, asked about this in the book of Bill's framing, expresses something between puzzlement and contempt about why it matters. He got what he needed. What does it matter whether the process was pleasant? This response is perfectly consistent with Bill's fundamental nature as the show has constructed it. An entity without interiority in any meaningful sense, for whom relationships are functional rather than valuable. He doesn't understand what he destroyed because he doesn't understand why it was worth preserving. He provided accurate information. The information helped. That he was doing so for reasons that would destroy Ford's world is apparently, in Bill's economy, irrelevant to the quality of the information. Ford, of course, understands exactly what was destroyed and carries it for 30-plus years. His hypervigilance, his difficulty trusting anyone, his resistance to working collaboratively, his insistence on handling things alone, these are the specific adaptations of someone who was comprehensively betrayed by someone they let close and who has reorganized their emotional life around ensuring it can't happen again. He let one person all the way in. That person turned out not to be a person at all. The natural conclusion is that the letting in is the problem, and the solution is to stop letting anyone in. What the show does with this, ultimately, is argue that the solution is insufficient. That Ford's 30 years of isolated competence produced a person who was capable of remarkable things and unable to receive the help that would have made those remarkable things sustainable. The specific scene in the finale where Ford acknowledges to Stan that Stan's willingness to sacrifice his own mind for his brother's sake is a form of love that Ford had given up believing in. That scene is the show's argument stated plainly. The capacity to be hurt is the same capacity that makes connection possible. And a life organized around eliminating the capacity to be hurt is also a life organized around eliminating the capacity to connect. And that is not a trade worth making, even given what Bill cost him. Bill knew how to use someone's genius against them. He couldn't know, constitutionally, how to use love. That was his blind spot. That was, ultimately, what killed him. Section 16. The Interdimensional Portal. What Ford built and what it cost. Imagine you have discovered, through years of rigorous field research, that the town you live in sits at the intersection of ley lines so powerful that they create measurable effects on local physics. Gravity bends slightly differently here. Time moves at marginally different rates in different parts of the property. Animals have evolved in response to energies that have no name in any physics textbook. The Earth itself at this confluence is thinner than it is elsewhere. Thinner between this world and whatever lies adjacent to it. Thinner in a way that makes passage between the layers of reality not merely theoretically possible, but practically achievable with sufficient engineering. You are Stanford Philbrick Pines. You have been exiled from academic respectability. Your closest friend left the project in psychological tatters after seeing something through the instrument you built together. And you have continued anyway because the work is the work, and you have never in your life been able to stop following a problem to its conclusion once you started. You have, with your own hands and with your own mind, designed a machine that you believe is capable of opening a stable doorway through the membrane between this world and whatever lies adjacent to it. You are the only person on Earth who has done this. You are alone in a house above a commercial tourist trap that your brother built to pay his way into your space. You are about to see if it works. The interdimensional portal in the Mystery Shack's basement is a massive structure. The show gives us a sense of its scale through various shots. The chamber in the basement extends down significantly below the structure that should be above it, suggesting either that the shack's foundation is far deeper than it appears, or that the space has been modified in ways that don't conform to standard physics. The machine has a circular opening, the portal itself, the interface between this world and the space on the other side, surrounded by an array of instruments and mechanisms that Ford designed and built. The power requirement is enormous. The machine draws from the natural energy of the ley lines, supplemented by additional power sources that required significant technical infrastructure to implement. Journal 1 contains Ford's initial theoretical work on the ley lines, his early recognition that the confluence he'd found was not merely unusual but potentially unprecedented, that the density of supernatural phenomena in the Gravity Falls area was a consequence of genuine physical properties of the location rather than coincidence, and that those properties might be exploitable in ways that had never been attempted. The thinking moves from observation to hypothesis to engineering with the characteristic confidence of someone who has never been blocked by the idea that something might be impossible. Journal 2 contains the development of the portal design, the iterative specifications, the calculations, the adjustments made in response to early test results, the notes on McGuckett's contributions and departures. The technical detail in the journal's portal entries is substantial enough that Hirsch and his team consulted with physicists during development. And while the specific mechanism is fictional, it is fictional in the way that good science fiction is fictional. Internally consistent, responsive to actual physical principles, at least at the level of metaphor, respectful enough of real science that it earns the engagement of people who know the real science. Journal 3 contains the record of the portal's near completion and Ford's decision to stop. The decision to sabotage rather than complete the portal was not made quickly or easily. Ford had invested years of his life, had sacrificed his academic career, had driven away his closest friend, had pursued the project at enormous personal cost, and was within weeks of having something to show for it. Stopping, hiding the journals, sabotaging the activation sequence, this required him to actively work against everything he'd spent years building, and it required him to do it in secret from the being who had enabled the work and who would immediately recognize what he was doing if given the chance. Bill's response, when he realized what Ford was doing, was fury of the kind that reveals character. An entity whose interest in Ford had been purely instrumental should, on the loss of the instrument, shift to finding another one. Instead, Bill went after Ford personally. The accident that sent Ford through the portal and into the multiverse was not truly an accident. It was an intervention, a violent and specific act of retaliation against a person who had stopped being useful and had become an obstacle. The fact that Bill made it look like Ford's own clumsiness doesn't change what it was. Stan's discovery that his brother had been thrown through the machine he'd built, the discovery that Ford was not simply dead, not simply gone, but trapped somewhere accessible in principle, somewhere that a working portal could reach, was the pivot point of Stan's 30 years. He stood in the basement and looked at the machine and understood, without technical training, without journals, with nothing but the stubborn certainty of a man who refuses to accept final answers, that his brother was somewhere and that the machine was the way to him. He spent 30 years running a tourist trap above a basement that contained the most significant machine in human history, slowly teaching himself enough about Ford's work to make the portal operational, under an identity he'd stolen from his brother, in a town that had no idea what was happening under the Mystery Shack. He raised 2 great nieces and nephews for one summer. He fixed the machine. He brought his brother home. He did all of this without being asked to, without any guarantee it would work, without anyone else who knew what he was trying to do. And he did it the way that people do impossible things when the impossible thing is for someone they love. One day at a time, one page of notation at a time, 1 year at a time. The portal's activation in the Season 2 premiere, the moment Stan finally has all 3 journals and completes the circuit that starts the machine, is one of the most effectively built toward moments in the show's run. We know what the machine costs. We know what Stan gave for it. We know what's at stake. The energy surge that precedes the activation is presented as an event of cosmic significance. Reality destabilizes in the area around the shack. Gravity fluctuates, time distorts, the very air has a different quality. The machine does what it was designed to do. Ford steps through. He is angry. He is disoriented. He is alive. The portal then becomes the source of the season's most pressing threat, because Bill Cipher has been waiting for it. The portal, designed as a doorway for Ford to travel through, is also a potential doorway for Bill to travel through. Or rather, it's not the portal itself that matters, but what the portal demonstrates. That the barrier between this reality and the nightmare realm is penetrable with sufficient engineering, and that the penetration has now been achieved. The apocalypse that Ford spent 6 years sabotaging and 30 years trying to prevent was triggered the moment Stan completed the circuit to save his brother. This is the show's most uncomfortable note of genuine tragedy. Stan's act of love, the 30-year devotion that saved Ford's life, was also the act that enabled the threat to everything. Good intentions and bad consequences coexisting in the same act without either canceling the other out. Stan is not at fault for wanting to save his brother. He is also genuinely responsible in the chain of causation for creating the conditions that allowed Weirdmageddon. Both of these things are true. The show holds them both without resolving the discomfort. Section 17. Weirdmageddon. Part 1. The Triangle Ascendant. The sky above Gravity Falls tore open on a Tuesday afternoon, which is either deeply mundane or deeply appropriate. The universe's most dramatic events are always happening on Tuesday afternoons, in the middle of perfectly ordinary weather, without the decency to wait for a more cinematic moment. What came through was light first. A beam of concentrated chrono-ionic energy that bent space in a cone above the point of entry, creating the visible funnel that residents of Gravity Falls described afterward. Those who had not been petrified, which was most of them, as looking like the sky was being sucked upward. Then the energy dome expanded, a perfect hemisphere of golden energy centered on the point of Bill's entry that extended outward at a rate that gave most residents of Gravity Falls approximately 90 seconds to understand what was happening before the weirdness wave hit. The weirdness wave, the pulse of reality distortion that rolled outward from the dome's origin point, was the physical signature of Bill's energy interacting with Gravity Falls' existing anomalous properties. The town was already thin. The ley lines already bent reality in small ways. Bill's entry was not creating the strangeness so much as unlocking it, releasing what had always been held just below the surface into full, permanent, uncontrolled expression. Gnomes and multi-bears and shapeshifters and Lilliputians and every other creature that had lived in careful hiding came through into open air. Objects became animate, physics became optional. The dream world and the waking world stopped being distinct. Bill Cipher took physical form for what appears to be the first time in his trillion-plus-year existence. His natural state is two-dimensional, a triangle with an eye floating in the void of the nightmare realm, interacting with the physical world only through the dreams and deals and borrowed bodies of others. But in Gravity Falls, with the barrier down and the ley lines active, and the dimensional energy flowing freely, he could construct a body. And the body he constructed was approximately 30 feet tall, made of black stone or something like black stone, with his eye at the center and his hat, the signature top hat, at the top, and 2 arms of disproportionate length that could pick up buses the way a person might pick up a matchbook. The first thing he did was kill Time Baby. Time Baby, the enormous infant entity who served as something between a law enforcement figure and a cosmic authority in the interdimensional community, whose existence had been established in offhand references throughout the show's run. was the being that Bill considered the most significant obstacle to his control of the physical dimension. Getting Time Baby out of the way first was strategic. The Infinitentagon, Time Baby's prison dimension where Bill had apparently been imprisoned at some point, was demolished. Time Baby's personal guard, the Time Police, a bureaucratic enforcement agency that patrolled the timeline, was eliminated. These were the entities with the capability to contain or challenge Bill at the cosmic level. Remove them first. Everything else is much easier. Ford was his next target, specifically because Ford understood what had happened and had already formulated a plan to stop it. The Zodiac was Ford's countermeasure, a theoretical framework he'd developed from the gravitational anomaly in the cave and from 30-plus years in the multiverse, which identified 10 specific entities whose combined energy, properly synchronized, could theoretically contain Bill. The 10 symbols in Gravity Falls' opening credits sequence, symbols that correspond to specific people in the show's final episode, had been Ford's hope for a viable counter to Bill since before the portal accident. The Zodiac Plan's failure is one of the more painful beats in the finale because it fails so humanly. Not through supernatural countermeasures, not because Bill anticipated it, but because Stan and Ford start arguing. 30 years of suppressed anger and suppressed guilt and suppressed grief between two brothers, surfacing at the worst possible moment, in front of the people who depend on both of them. The argument is real. The grievances are real. The timing is catastrophic. Bill, watching the energy of the Zodiac dissipate as the brothers' conflict fractures the synchronized intention required to make it work, laughs. Of course he laughs. This is exactly the human failure he's always understood and exploited. The pyramid, the enormous pyramid structure that Bill builds above Gravity Falls as his physical base, is made from the petrified bodies of residents he found insufficient as entertainment. The aesthetic is pure Bill, spectacular, wasteful, deeply committed to the theatrical gesture over any functional requirement. He didn't need to build a pyramid. He needed a space to work from. The pyramid is a statement, an announcement, a monument to his own arrival. The gold of it catches light in a way that is simultaneously beautiful and nauseating, which was clearly the intention. His initial management of Weirdmageddon has the quality of someone who has waited for something for a very long time and is now savoring it without discipline. He petrifies some residents. He uses others as entertainment objects. He invites a retinue of demons and chaotic entities through the opening in reality to join him. The visible figures around him in the pyramid include entities from multiple dimensions, all of them delighted by what's happening and most of them in the middle of various chaotic activities that the show renders as disturbing comedy. The party atmosphere is genuine and genuinely horrible. These entities are enjoying themselves. This is their fun. Dipper and Wendy and Seuss, who managed to avoid the initial petrification through luck and speed, become the resistance. They move through the changed Gravity Falls looking for allies and trying to find Mabel. The changed town is rendered in incredible visual detail that the narration can only partially capture. Buildings at impossible angles, gravity reversal in pockets of the sky, talking inanimate objects, the temporal displacement that leaves some areas oscillating between multiple moments simultaneously. The weirdness is not random. Each visual element is a specific thing from Gravity Falls' established mythology that has been released from its containment. Ford, captured quickly by Bill, becomes the central object of Bill's attention, because Ford's mind contains something Bill wants. The equation, the specific mathematical notation for the cipher, that would give Bill the ability to move beyond the dome and extend his control to the rest of the world. Bill has been contained by the dome, which turns out to be a limitation he didn't anticipate. The energy required to maintain physical form is such that he can't extend past the territory he's already transformed. The rest of the world is safe for now, but Bill is working on the problem. What he needs is Ford's six-fingered hand, because the cipher is written on a surface that can only be accessed through contact with that specific hand. This is the last failsafe Ford built into his own research. A piece of information so critical that it can only be accessed through the specific biological key that Ford himself represents. It's a reasonable precaution. It doesn't ultimately work, but it's reasonable. Bill's method for getting what he wants involves making a deal, the same mechanism he's used his entire existence. He offers Ford the thing he wants most, the safety of everyone he loves. Let Bill in. Let him enter Ford's mind and get the equation. And in exchange, everyone survives. The offer has the technical structure of a fair exchange. It is not a fair exchange, but the technical structure is always Bill's preferred frame, because it allows him to claim with technical accuracy that the other party made a choice. Section 18, Weirdmageddon Part 2, The Prison of Perfect Wishes. Mabeland is a bubble universe approximately the size of a moderate village. It contains a main street that remains perpetually in mid-afternoon light, weather that is always comfortable, a version of Gravity Falls populated by Mabel's friends, behaving at their most supportive and accommodating, and a perfect duplicate of Dipper who has no complaints, no needs that conflict with Mabel's, and no inclination to grow up or leave. The Dipper duplicate makes a good point occasionally, but always defers. He exists to be there for Mabel in exactly the way she wants him to be there, without the friction of being an actual separate person. It is, as noted in its own way by multiple characters over the course of the episode, a prison made of wants. Bill created Mabeland specifically because he needed Mabel out of commission for the duration of Weirdmageddon. She was a potential variable, a person whose emotional connection to others and whose specific kind of intelligence might interfere with his plans at an unexpected moment. Rather than petrify her, which would be crude and might eventually be reversed, he offered her the thing she had been wanting all summer, in its idealized form, wrapped in nothing but warm light and comfortable feelings. The offer was made at Mabel's lowest moment, the end of the summer, the beginning of the certainty that everything was going to change, the confrontation with her brother's decision about whether to stay with Ford or go home, the terror underneath the exuberance that Mabel had been managing all season. Bill found the crack in her and offered her something to fill it. She took it. This is important. She wasn't tricked or kidnapped or overwhelmed. She was offered exactly what she was afraid she couldn't have, and she chose to step into it, and the show doesn't soften this. Her choice is understandable. The reader is meant to understand it completely. And it is also a choice made from fear rather than wisdom, and the consequences of fear choices, even understandable ones, are the consequences of fear choices. Dipper's entrance into Mabeland involves being captured and brought in, and his first task is to understand what he's looking at. The environment is convincing. It's pleasant in a way that real environments rarely are. The version of Mabel he encounters seems, on the surface, identical to his actual sister. The differences are subtle. She doesn't ask him anything about his actual experience. She doesn't notice the specific things that only the real Mabel would notice. She has the quality of someone performing a relationship from memory rather than living it from presence. He figures it out. He always figures it out. And then begins the harder problem, which is not escaping but convincing Mabel to leave. The argument between Dipper and Mabel in Mabeland is the most honest conversation they've had in the entire show. It's been building all season. The tension around Ford, the tension around growing up, the tension around the summer ending and what comes after. Mabeland removes the social buffers they'd been maintaining around these topics and puts them in a space where there's no comfortable way to avoid them. Dipper says things about his own wants, his own fear, his own ambivalence about the summer ending that he hasn't said out loud before. Mabel says things about her fear of Dipper leaving, her fear of becoming something she doesn't recognize, her grief about the ending of this specific summer and what it represents. The emotional weight of these revelations is not resolved by the conversation. Resolutions take longer than a conversation. What the conversation does is make the fear legible to both of them, which is the prerequisite for being able to do anything about it. Dipper's declaration that he's not going to stay in Gravity Falls, that he's choosing to go home with her, that Ford's offer, real as it is and meaningful as it is not the most important thing in his life, lands differently than it might have earlier in the episode. Earlier, she might have wondered if he was just saying what she needed to hear. By this point, she knows him well enough to know when he means something and when he doesn't, and he means this. He chose her. Not because she needed him to, but because she's the person he'd choose. This is, as it turns out, exactly what she needed to hear. Not reassurance that things would be fine, not promises about the future, not the idealized version of their relationship. The actual version of her actual brother choosing her in an actual moment of real choice. The actual weight of an actual person being actually there. She pops the bubble. The mechanism the show uses is simultaneously visually satisfying and conceptually apt. Mabeland is a structure held together by Mabel's belief in it, and her choice to disbelieve it is enough to dissolve it from the inside. The perfect world bursts like a soap bubble, and they're back in the changed Gravity Falls, and there's an enormous golden pyramid in the sky, and they're out of time, and they still have work to do. But they're doing it together, which has been the solution to everything all along. The broader question Mabeland poses about what we owe our own comfort, about when choosing peace is wisdom and when it is avoidance, about the difference between the life that fits and the life that grows you, is one the show doesn't fully answer in the episode. It doesn't fully answer it because it doesn't have a full answer. The wisdom is in the question. Mabel stays in Mabeland longer than she should, but not forever. She finds the line between the need for comfort and the cost of comfort as permanent condition. She finds it by having someone come in from the outside and be real at her, which is the mechanism by which most of us find it when we find it. The parallel story in Part 2, while Dipper pursues Mabel, is Seuss and Wendy's efforts to maintain the resistance operation in a Gravity Falls that has been entirely transformed by Bill's presence. The world they're moving through is simultaneously comic and horrifying. Gnomes have formed a semi-organized militia, some residents have adapted to the new conditions with disturbing speed, and the physical landscape is unstable enough that their route from one point to another looks nothing like the original map. They do it anyway. They keep moving. This is presented without fanfare as the appropriate response to impossible conditions. Keep moving, use what you have, trust the people you're with. Section 19. The Final Battle, What Stan Gave and What Bill Lost. The ending of Gravity Falls is, at its technical level, a magic trick. And like all good magic tricks, the mechanism is visible in retrospect. All the pieces were there, placed carefully throughout the show's run by someone who knew what the trick required and built toward it with patience. The trick is this. Bill is destroyed not by the most knowledgeable person in the room, but by the person he never bothered to know. Ford is the one with the equation. Ford is the one with the cipher. Ford is the one who built the portal and spent 30 years in the multiverse and knows more about Bill's nature and capabilities than any other human being alive. Logically, if Bill can be defeated, Ford is the one who defeats him. Bill thinks this too. That's the trick. Stan's plan, improvised in the moment with the specific intelligence of someone who has spent 30 years running cons and who understands that the most important thing about a con is never what the mark thinks it is. Stan's plan begins with something that looks exactly like surrender. He walks up to Bill and offers a deal. He offers his own mind as the venue for Bill to enter and destroy, in exchange for the release of Ford and everyone else. He makes this offer while Ford watches, and Ford is visibly horrified. And Stan acts exactly like someone who is about to sacrifice himself and knows it. Bill believes him because Stan is, from Bill's perspective, exactly the kind of person who would sacrifice himself in this way. He's a nobody. He's the non-entity Stan, the morally compromised tourist trap operator, the con man who borrowed his brother's life and never built anything original. He is not the interesting one. He's not the one Bill spent years cultivating and manipulating. He is, in the economy of Bill's regard, zero. A person whose inner life Bill has literally never considered. Because why would he? This is the precise gap in Bill's omniscience that Stan has always represented. Bill knows everything Ford knows. Bill doesn't know anything Stan knows because Bill never thought Stan was worth knowing. The person Bill considered not worth knowing is the person who kills him. When Bill enters Stan's mind, what he finds is not the equation he expected, but the specific interior architecture of Stanley Pines. All the bad decisions and the guilt about them. all the love that never got said properly, all the 30 years of showing up anyway in the specific and unglamorous ways that showing up requires, all the con man's tricks and the heart underneath the tricks that always made the tricks in service of something, rather than just in service of themselves. This is not useful to Bill. This is not the equation. This is a person, actually a person with the weight and complexity of an actual interior life. Ford uses the memory-erasing gun on Stan while Bill is inside his mind. The mechanism is Ford's oldest weapon, the tool that McGucket built for himself and that the Blind Eye Society weaponized, and that Dipper used on the Society, and that has been moving through the show's mythology as a recurring image since Season 1. Ford uses it on his brother. He erases Stan's memory. And when the memory goes, Bill, trapped inside a mind that is dissolving, having no other body to retreat to, without the nightmare realm to return to because the barrier is still up, goes with it. Stan doesn't know afterward who he is. He comes back in pieces, slowly, as the specific sensory and emotional content of his memories returns through triggers. The sight of Dipper's hat, his hat, originally, the con man's prop that became the nephew's summer symbol, Mabel's voice, specific textures and sounds from a lifetime that is suddenly gone and then, dimly, present again. The scrapbook is the instrument of his full return, Mabel's summer record, the thing she made to hold the summer still, being read to him page by page with the full emotional weight of her love for him behind every page. He comes back because she reads it to him. The memory was erased. The record survived. The person who knew him well enough to document him loved him enough to bring him back. This is the show's final statement about the value of attention, of Mabel's specific, particular, loving attention to the specific texture of this specific summer and these specific people. The scrapbook is not decoration. The scrapbook is the mechanism of survival. The Zodiac, which failed earlier due to the brothers' argument, didn't need to succeed. It was always a red herring in the sense that the show presents multiple potential solutions, and the actual solution uses different materials. The actual solution is Stan's con man intelligence applied to the specific limitation that Bill never bothered to see him. The actual solution is love, not the abstract philosophical kind, but the practical kind, the kind that shows up in 30 years of stubbornly fixing a machine, in a scrapbook full of specific summers, in a brother who walks up to a triangle and offers his own mind because it's the only thing he has worth giving. Bill Cipher, 1 trillion-plus-year-old entity, the most powerful being in multiple dimensions, the dream bender, the weird, the former destroyer of his own world, was defeated by a man who never went to college, who ran a tourist trap in Oregon, and who loved his family in the unglamorous and persistent and completely genuine way that people who haven't learned to perform love actually love. He never saw it coming. He never could have. That was always the point. The aftermath is handled without excessive ceremony, which is the right choice. The dome goes down, the weirdness wave reverses mostly. The petrified residents are restored. Gravity Falls returns to something like its normal configuration. The supernatural will persist, as it always has, but the uncontrolled expression of it begins to settle back into the woods and the lake and the spaces underneath things where it has always lived. The town's residents, traumatized and relieved, begin the process of resuming their lives. Some of them remember, dimly, what happened. Some of them don't, because the event was processed and filed away in the specific way that Gravity Falls residents have always processed and filed the inexplicable. The town endures. The Pines family stands in the aftermath of the thing they survived together. Stan, gradually coming back to himself, accepts his twin brother's presence without fully knowing yet what it cost to get him back. Dipper and Mabel, standing in the wreckage of the most extraordinary summer of their lives, understand something they couldn't have understood in June. That this, the survival, the love, the impossible persistence of the people who matter to you, is what everything else was always about. Section 20. Legacy, the Book of Bill, and What It All Meant. Gravity Falls ended its television run on February 15, 2016, with Weirdmageddon 3, Take Back the Falls. It was the final episode of a series that had aired for approximately 4 years, had generated 2 seasons of 13 episodes each, had accumulated a dedicated and unusually active audience, and had, by most critical measures, managed to do something that very few animated series in the history of American television have managed. It told a complete story with a genuine beginning and a genuine ending without losing the qualities that made it worth watching in the first place. The finale earned this. The ending was not perfect. No ending that tries to do as much as this one does can be. But it was honest, and it was complete, and it paid off what it had earned through 60 episodes of investment. The memory of it, for people who watched the show during its original run, has the specific quality of a summer memory, vivid beyond what you'd expect, specific in detail, associated with feelings that are hard to name but easy to recognize. It is the memory of having been in the right place for the right thing, which is not something entertainment provides very often. The show's legacy in the landscape of American animation is easy to describe in general terms and complicated to fully articulate. It changed what was expected of animated series aimed at the younger end of the family audience. The complexity of its mythology, the honesty of its emotional content, the respect it showed for its audience's intelligence, the willingness to tell a story with an actual arc over multiple seasons rather than an infinite series of self-contained episodes. All of these became visible reference points for animated creators who came after it. Steven Universe, Amphibia, The Owl House, Infinity Train, She-Ra, and The Princesses of Power. All of these shows exist in a landscape that Gravity Falls helped reshape. The specific thing it did that was hardest to replicate was the synthesis of its tonal range. Comedy and genuine horror and emotional resonance and layered mythology are all things individual shows can do well. Doing all of them simultaneously, sustaining the balance over a multi-year run, doing it with characters who grow and relationships that develop and a mystery that actually resolves. This is the specific achievement that the show will be remembered for. It wasn't the smartest show, it wasn't the most emotionally sophisticated show. It was the show that found a way to hold all of it in the same container without any of it canceling the others out. Alex Hirsch left Gravity Falls with a specific intention: to tell the complete story and then let it be complete. He resisted the commercial pressure that attaches itself to any successful property, the pull towards sequels and spin-offs and perpetual extension of the franchise, because his conviction was that a complete story is more valuable than an extended one, and that Gravity Falls had said what it needed to say. The twin driving the bus back toward Piedmont, the specific visual image of the series' conclusion, is a complete image. There is nowhere to go from there except where they go in the viewer's imagination, and the viewer's imagination is exactly the right place for it. What Hirsch built into the show that has outlasted its original broadcast context is a framework for encountering the world as a place worth paying attention to. The specific message that runs underneath everything, the message about looking closely, about not accepting the postcard version of any place or person or situation, about the weird as a quality of reality rather than a departure from it, about love as the specific and unglamorous work of showing up for people you've chosen. This is a message that doesn't have an expiration date and that finds different applications depending on when and how old you are when you encounter it. Children who watched Gravity Falls in 2012 are adults now. They bring to the show, returning to it, a different set of tools and a different set of questions. The Stan and Ford story lands differently at 25 than it does at 12. Not because the story changed, but because the viewer has more context for it. More knowledge of what 30-year estrangements actually look like. More recognition of the specific patterns of family hurt. More capacity to understand what it means to show up for someone without being asked across a distance of decades. The Mabel story lands differently, too. The questions she's asking at the end of summer, about growing up without losing yourself, about choosing the imperfect world over the perfect one, about what it means to love the specific texture of a specific moment, are questions that don't resolve at 12 or 25 or 40. They're questions that stay live. The Book of Bill, released by Random House in 2023, represents the canonical expansion of the universe in print form and is presented as an in-universe document, a compilation of materials about Bill's Cipher gathered from recovered sources. It is, consistent with everything the show did, simultaneously a piece of lore expansion and a puzzle, with hidden text and visual codes and elements that require the reader's active participation to fully access. The community decoded the book's hidden content within days of release, in the same collaborative way they'd engaged with every puzzle Hirsch embedded in the show. And the result was a set of revelations that deepened the mythology without simplifying it. What the Book of Bill adds to the canon includes confirmation that Bill's dimension was called Euclidia, that it was literally two-dimensional before Bill destroyed it by folding its geometry beyond its capacity to hold the fold, that Bill found the Nightmare Realm afterward, and spent what appears to be genuinely uncountable time there before finding a way to make contact with the physical world. It adds context to Bill's psychology. The book's framing device involves Bill in what functions as a therapeutic context, and he is a terrible therapy patient, resistant to introspection, cheerfully incapable of recognizing what his behavior has cost others, still fundamentally himself. He has not been improved by defeat. He is not improved by the therapeutic frame. He is Bill Cipher, and this is apparently what Bill Cipher is and will remain. The post-credits scene from the finale, the one with the stone statue in the real forest, now reads as both a tease and a promise. The tease is obvious. Bill might be back. The promise is more interesting. The world of Gravity Falls extends past the screen, into actual geography, and the care and attention you've brought to watching the show is the same care and attention that will allow you to find the things hidden in actual terrain. The show ends, and the invitation continues. What does Gravity Falls mean, finally? What is the complete statement of it? It is a show about twins who spent a summer in an impossible town and came home different. Not wiser in the sense of having solved all their questions, but wiser in the sense of having understood what the questions were and why they mattered. It is a show about brothers who lost 30 years to pride and recovered them, imperfectly and with great difficulty, through a combination of stubbornness and love. It is a show about a town that didn't want to know what was in its woods, and the people who looked anyway, and the cost and the gift of looking. It is a show about a villain who understood everything except the only thing that mattered. It is a show about monsters and anomalies and ciphers and portals, and the weight of secrets and the specific texture of specific summers, and what you lose and what you keep. It is, at its irreducible core, a show about paying attention. About the specific quality of attention that a child on a summer morning brings to a set of woods that might contain anything. The openness, the willingness, the absence of prior conclusions. About the fact that this quality of attention, brought to any context, tends to reveal things that more defended forms of attention miss. About the possibility that the strange and the ordinary are not opposites, but the same landscape observed at different depths, and that the difference between a town that is perfectly ordinary and a town where anything might happen is almost entirely a matter of how deeply you're willing to look. Ford Pines looked deeply enough to find the portal. Bill Cipher used what Ford found. Stan Pines looked, eventually, in the right direction. Dipper and Mabel looked with the specific openness of 12-year-olds who hadn't yet decided what was possible. They all found different things because they brought different instruments to the looking. The show is the account of what happened when the looking converged, when all the different depths of attention that had been applied to the same terrain suddenly intersected. What happened was Weirdmageddon. What resolved it was love. The two things are less opposed than they appear. The same quality of complete, attentive, genuine engagement with reality that produces knowledge also, when directed at people rather than phenomena, produces love. Ford's curiosity, directed at creatures and physics, built the portal. Stan's love, directed at his brother, operated it. The twins' combination, Dipper's analytical attention and Mabel's empathic one, navigated the crisis the portal produced. None of them could have done it alone. All of them needed each other in specific ways that their respective individual strengths didn't allow them to see until the moment of crisis made the need undeniable. This is the political argument of the show, if it has one, that the isolation of intelligence, that the fantasy of the lone genius who doesn't need anyone, is not a form of strength, but a form of vulnerability, and that the vulnerability is exploitable by anyone patient enough to find it and cynical enough to use it. Bill found Ford's vulnerability and used it. He never found Stan's, because Stan's vulnerability was love. And love to Bill was not a variable worth tracking. The final image of the show, the bus pulling away from the mystery shack, Dipper and Mabel in the back window, waving, getting smaller as the distance grows, is a picture of an ending that isn't really one. They're going home, but they're going home changed, carrying what the summer gave them in ways that don't disappear with the season. The shack remains. Ford and Stan sail away on the Stanowar II. Wendy goes back to her life with the note she wrote and the knowledge that someone worth knowing spent the summer in her town and will be back. Seuss becomes the new Mr. Mystery, taking over the tourist trap with the specific quality of love for the tourists and the weirdness that Stan always had underneath the commercial layer. The Mystery Shack keeps its doors open. The woods stay weird. The journals are probably still out there, at least some of them. Journal 3, last seen in Ford's possession, carries everything he documented, and Ford has a lot more to document. The summer ended. The story continues, in all the ways stories that matter continue past their last page. But perhaps the most quietly important thing in the finale is this. Dipper and Mabel hug their great-uncle Stanley at the bus, and he is present for it. Not performing being present, not managing his affect for the sake of the scene. Actually there, actually feeling it, actually him. The 30 years of distance, the borrowed identity, the complicated wreckage of the portal, and Bill, and everything that followed, all of that is real, and none of it canceled this. He is genuinely there for them, and they genuinely love him, and the bus takes them away from it, and they'll be back next summer. This is the promise Gravity Falls makes and keeps, that the things that matter survive the endings that seem to conclude them. That love is not a finite resource that gets used up by the complications and the failures and the 30-year estrangements. That the weird town in the Oregon woods, with its monsters and its secrets and its beautiful anomalous landscape, is still there, still full of things to find, still waiting for anyone with the willingness to look closely enough to see what it actually contains. Reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. But also, love your brother. Read your twins' scrapbook to them when they've forgotten who they are. Run the machine for 30 years. Pop the bubble. Pull the lever. Reach back through the portal. Pick up the journals. Write your name on the inside cover because it's yours. And someday a 12-year-old will find it in the attic on a summer day when anything is still possible. And when they find it, everything begins again. If you've made it this far through the woods and the weirdness and the wonder of it all, thank you. Genuinely. This kind of deep dive is the work I love most, and knowing that you're out there listening, turning it over in your mind, maybe half dreaming through the good parts, that means everything to me. If Gravity Falls is a place you love, drop a comment and tell me what it meant to you. Tell me your favorite character, your favorite mystery, the moment that hit you the hardest. Tell me what you noticed that I didn't mention. Tell me where you're watching from and what time it is, because there's something lovely about the idea of people all over the world letting these stories wash over them in the dark. And if you want more nights like this one, more deep dives into the lore and the history and the beautiful, strange corners of things worth loving, subscribe. Hit the bell if you want to make sure you catch the next one. Every single person who subscribes is another reason to keep going, to go deeper, to keep doing the work of looking closely at the things worth looking at. Until next time, stay curious, stay weird, keep your cipher wheels handy. The answers are always there for the people who want to find them. Section 21. The Cryptograms. How the show talked to the people who were listening. Every episode of Gravity Falls ends with a short string of encoded characters in the credits. This is a fact that most viewers, watching casually, experience as decoration. Something in the visual texture of the credits that registers as thematic, but doesn't demand decoding. For the community of viewers who were paying close attention, from the beginning it was an invitation. For the cryptographers and pattern recognizers and obsessive rewatchers who brought their full intelligence to the question of what the show was hiding, the end credits ciphers were a conversation that ran in parallel to the show itself. A second layer of the narrative, speaking in a different register, saying things that the primary narrative wasn't yet ready to say. The cryptographic systems the show used evolved across its run. Season 1 employed 3 primary ciphers, cycling through them in a pattern that the careful viewer could identify and eventually predict. The Caesar cipher shifts each letter by a fixed number of positions in the alphabet. The simplest transposition cipher in Western history, named after Julius Caesar, who reportedly used a 3-shift version in his military correspondence. The A1Z26 substitution replaces each letter with its numerical position. A becomes 1, Z becomes 26, which is marginally more opaque than the Caesar, but still decodes with elementary arithmetic. The Atbash cipher, of Hebrew origin, reverses the alphabet entirely. A becomes Z, B becomes Y, and was used in the Hebrew Bible to encode certain names, most notably appearing in the Book of Jeremiah. What these 3 ciphers have in common, beyond their relative simplicity, is that they are all historical. They have genuine provenance. They were used by actual people in actual contexts. They represent real chapters in the long, human story of wanting to communicate things in ways that only the right people can hear. The show's use of them is not just a puzzle mechanic. It is a piece of world building. It suggests that the knowledge systems active in Gravity Falls have a history, that the hidden information in the show belongs to a tradition of hidden information that stretches back through time. The transition to the Visionaire cipher in Season 2 is a deliberate escalation. Visionaire, the polyalphabetic substitution cipher developed in the 16th century and famously described in the 19th century as the indecipherable cipher before Charles Babbage cracked it, requires a key word to decode. The key word for Gravity Falls Visionaire ciphers was Stan, and the fact that the season's central mystery resolved around Stan Pines and the identity he'd been hiding made the key word retroactively meaningful. You couldn't decode the cipher without knowing the name. Knowing the name required understanding the mystery. The cryptography and the narrative were encoding the same secret. Journal 3, as a prop object within the show, is itself an elaborate cryptographic document. Ford wrote the journals knowing they might fall into the wrong hands. Bill was always a potential threat to their contents. And he embedded information in the journals using multiple layers of encoding. Some information is written in plain text. Some is encoded using the show's standard ciphers. Some require specific tools. Blacklights, magnifying glasses, overlaid pages to access. Some is written in Ford's own invented notation system, which is itself a cipher of sorts, built from his personal shorthand and the specific mathematical notation he developed during his research. The 6-fingered hand symbol that appears throughout the show, on the cover of Journal 3 in rock carvings on Ford's own hands, functions as a signature that accumulates meaning across the run. It is Ford's identifying mark, his specific biological characteristic rendered as an emblem. It is also, the show eventually reveals, a key. The hand is the instrument that opens certain locks, activates certain mechanisms, provides access to certain information that is otherwise inaccessible. The body as cipher, the person as the code that unlocks the secret. The opening credits sequence deserves more analysis than it typically receives, because it is itself a cryptographic document, as much as it is an opening credits sequence. The rapid-fire imagery that flashes through the credits, too fast to process on a single viewing, revealing more on each rewatch, containing information that becomes fully legible only after multiple seasons of context, is structured as an initiatory sequence. You know more of what you're seeing each time, and what you know changes what you see. The zodiac wheel, appearing briefly in the credits, shows 10 symbols. In the finale, those 10 symbols correspond to 10 characters whose combined energy is theoretically sufficient to defeat Bill Cipher, the shooting star, Mabel, the pine tree, Dipper, the 6-fingered hand, Ford, the question mark, Sos, the ice bag, McGucket, the heart, Stan's heart or the laptop, depending on interpretation, the llama, Pacifica, the glasses, Robbie, the tent of stars, Gideon, and the star, Wendy. The assignment of symbols to characters is partly obvious and partly arguable. The fandom has debated some of the assignments from the moment the finale aired, and Hirsch has been deliberately imprecise about confirming everyone. The ambiguity is appropriate. The zodiac is not a guarantee. It's a framework, a possibility, a structure that could work if the conditions were right. The conditions were not right. The arguing brothers broke the synchronization before it could be achieved. What this means for the symbols and their bearers is left open. The framework existed, the energy was real. The failure was human rather than metaphysical. There is somewhere in the logic of the show's universe a version of events in which the zodiac worked. We watched the version in which it didn't, and something better happened instead. The number 40, which the show uses repeatedly and with evident intention, is worth noting. It appears in the episode numbering in certain coordinates in distances and durations throughout the mythology. 40 is a number with significant cultural weight in multiple traditions. 40 days and nights, 40 years in the wilderness. And the show's use of it seems to draw from this weight without explicitly naming any specific source. It belongs to the category of mythological DNA that Hirsch embedded in the show's architecture without necessarily directing the viewer's attention to it, the kind of thing that is there if you're looking for it and invisible if you're not. The Book of Bill continues the cryptographic tradition into the book's physical object. The book itself contains hidden text visible under specific lighting conditions, marginalia that requires attention to notice, images that contain embedded information, and at least one complete hidden narrative that runs throughout the book in fragmented form, and that the community assembled over the weeks following publication. The hidden narrative concerns Bill's time in what the book calls the theraprism, a pocket dimension apparently used as a containment space for problematic entities, and what he's doing there, which is essentially being Bill Cipher, indestructible and unimproved, waiting for the next opportunity with the patience of something that has existed for 1 trillion years and is used to waiting. The ending image of the Book of Bill, which I'll describe without reproducing because the reproduction would strip it of its context, involves a blue glow visible in what appears to be an image of a forest. This is the image that has generated the most sustained post-publication discussion because it echoes the show's post-credits scene in the finale, the one with the stone Bill Cipher statue in the real woods. Blue glow, forest, the specific color of Bill's eye or of certain kinds of supernatural energy. The question of whether this is a tease for a sequel or a statement about Bill's nature, that he persists, that he is still there, that the defeat was not a deletion, is one that Hirsch has not definitively answered. He doesn't need to. The question is more interesting than any answer would be. Section 22. The Making of Gravity Falls. Hirsch, the pitch, and the creative process. Alex Hirsch was 25 years old when he began developing Gravity Falls. He had recently finished working on the marvelous misadventures of Flapjack and Cartoon Network's Fishhooks. 2 shows that had given him professional experience, but had not yet given him the opportunity to work on something that was entirely his. The idea for Gravity Falls came from his own childhood, specifically from summers spent with his twin sister Ariel, visiting their grandparents in a small California town called Piedmont in the hills of Northern California, where their grandmother told them stories about local legends and strange local history that may or may not have been entirely fabricated, but that lodged in young Alex's imagination in ways that did not dissolve. The pitch to Disney Channel was, by Hirsch's own account, a difficult process. The show he was proposing, a serialized mystery narrative with genuine stakes, a mythology that required sustained viewer attention, content that dealt honestly with loneliness and exile and the weight of family history, was not the profile of a typical Disney Channel offering, which tended toward lighter, more episodic fare. Disney was interested, then uncertain, then eventually committed in a way that gave Hirsch unusual creative latitude for a children's animated series on a major network. The creative latitude was used well, and it was used carefully. Hirsch and his writing team, which included key collaborators like Matt Chapman, Shion Takeuchi, Tim McKeon, Jeff Rowe, and others, built the show's mythology systematically before writing the episodes, establishing the rules of the world, the history of the characters, the destination of the story, and then working backward to figure out how to get there. The mystery of the author was not improvised from season to season. It was planned. The identity of Stan, the nature of his imposture, the reason for it, the portal in the basement, the journals and their creator, all of this was established before the first episode aired, and the show committed to not deviating from it. This kind of long-horizon planning is unusual in American animation, where shows typically develop episode by episode and the mythology, if any, accretes through creative improvisation rather than pre-planned architecture. Hirsch credits the planning with making the payoffs possible. The moments in A Tale of Two Stands and the finale that land with the weight they do are only available to the show because the foundation for them was laid in episodes that aired 2 or 3 years earlier. The viewer's gasp of recognition, "It was there the whole time," is only available if it was there the whole time. The show's visual development was handled by art director Ian Worrell and background painter Alison Wilgus, whose work on the show's backgrounds created the specific quality of the Gravity Falls landscape. The eternal summer afternoon light of the Pacific Northwest, the particular shade of green of the forest, the way the Mystery Shack sits in its clearing with an air of comfortable disreputableness that makes it feel like it's been there forever. The character design, developed through multiple iterations, settled on the specific style that is immediately recognizable. The large-eyed, expressive faces, the distinctive silhouettes, and that balanced the show's cartoony surface with the emotional weight required for its more serious moments. Jason Ritter was cast as Dipper, Kristen Schaal as Mabel, Alex Hirsch as both Stan and Seuss, and several other characters, Linda Cardellini as Wendy, and J.K. Simmons as Ford. The casting of Ford deserves particular note. Simmons brings to the character a quality of compressed, restrained intelligence that reads as both brilliant and damaged, the specific combination required for someone who is extraordinarily capable and extraordinarily unable to accept help. The scenes between Ritter's Dipper and Simmons' Ford have a particular quality. The younger person's need for mentorship meeting the older person's inability to mentor without also inadvertently repeating the patterns that destroyed him. That is only available because both performers are fully present in it. Alex Hirsch voices both Stan and Seuss, which is a creative choice that has more weight than it might appear. Stan and Seuss both, in their different ways, represent a particular kind of warmth that doesn't announce itself. The warmth that is present in the specific texture of how someone talks to you, in the quality of their attention, in the way their voice changes when something matters to them. Hirsch uses the same voice for both in the sense that the same instincts about what those characters need are producing both performances. And the result is that both Stan and Seuss feel like they're coming from the same fundamental emotional place, even though they're completely different characters. The music, composed by Brad Breek, is one of the show's most underappreciated technical achievements. The main theme, that immediate, slightly uneasy, mysterious piano figure that opens every episode, is distinctive enough that it has become the auditory signature of the show for anyone who watched it. The sound that triggers the specific emotional state of being. 12 in summer in a place where anything might happen. Breek's score throughout the series balances comedy cues with genuine atmospheric horror, musical themes that return with developmental variation as the characters develop, and a consistent tonal palette that keeps the world sonically coherent even as it ranges from slapstick comedy to genuine dread. The episode Weirdmageddon 2, Escape from Reality, required Breek to compose something for the specific tonal register of Mabeland. A musical environment that was pleasant, comfortable, slightly too perfect, and subtly wrong. The result? A cheerful but slightly off melodic structure that uses conventional, happy cartoon music conventions while introducing just enough harmonic incorrectness to produce unease in the careful listener, is a precise musical analog for what the episode is doing visually and narratively. The setting is designed to feel like comfort and reveal itself as a trap, and the music is working toward the same destination. The show's production involved a significant amount of deliberate misdirection in promotional materials and episode descriptions, specifically to protect the mystery of Stan's identity and the portal for as long as possible. The production team was asked not to discuss certain aspects of the show's mythology in interviews. Episodes were provided to critics without advance context for their place in the ongoing narrative. The result was that the reveal in A Tale of Two Stands landed for most viewers with the full weight of a genuine surprise, something that had been hiding in plain sight for 2 seasons, visible to anyone who knew what they were seeing, invisible to everyone who didn't. Hirsch has said in various interviews that the show was always planned to end at a specific point, that the conclusion was not forced by cancellation or network pressure, but was a creative choice made before the show began, based on his understanding of what the story was and where it needed to go. The clarity of this conviction is visible in the ending. It is the ending of this story, not the last episode before the story was cut short, not the conclusion of a story that still had more to tell. It is complete. The characters have arrived somewhere. The question is answered. The summer is over. Making something complete is genuinely difficult, and it is an act of confidence that most successful creative properties, which are under constant commercial pressure to continue to extend to franchise, never perform. The ending of Gravity Falls is a statement about what the story was for. It was not for the merchandise or the theme park ride or the sequel series. It was for the specific, complete telling of a specific, complete story. This is the creative legacy that Hirsch's choices secure. Not just what the show said, but the fact that it said it completely and then stopped. Section 23. Wendy, Soos, and the supporting cast. The people who made the shack. A home, the Mystery Shack's staff at the beginning of the summer that changes everything, consists of 3 people. Stan Pines, who owns it, Soos Ramirez, who fixes everything that breaks, and Wendy Corduroy, who works the register while reading magazines, and is generally too cool for the tourist trap ambiance, but has remained anyway. This is the entire operational workforce of an institution that is technically a going commercial concern, and the fact that it functions at all is a testament to Soos's mechanical competence, Wendy's willingness to handle transactions when required, and Stan's complete indifference to the conventional requirements of professional presentation. What the twins find when they arrive is that this is also, in a specific and real way, a community. Stan has built something underneath the commerce, not intentionally perhaps, or not entirely intentionally, which is a place where people of limited institutional power feel genuinely valued. Soos is not particularly employable by conventional measures. Wendy's family situation is chaotic in the specific way of logging families with too many kids and not enough emotional infrastructure. Neither of them would describe the Mystery Shack as the ideal context for their professional development. Both of them keep coming back because something there is real. Soos Ramirez is, across both seasons, one of the show's most carefully handled characters. His surface function, the simple, lovable, eternally enthusiastic man-child who fixes things and says things that are funny because they're slightly wrong, is the comedy role, and he performs it with genuine warmth. But the show consistently and without fanfare shows us the specific circumstances of Soos's life. He was raised by his grandmother because his father was absent, and his father's absence is not dramatized, but is present as a quiet wound that shapes his relationship to male figures in his life, including Stan. Stan's relationship with Soos is not paternal in any formal or acknowledged sense. Stan does not say the things a father would say. He does not demonstrate affection in recognizable ways. What he does, consistently and over years, is treat Soos as someone whose presence is worth having, whose competence is real, whose instincts about people and situations are often more accurate than more formally intelligent people's assessments. This is a form of respect, and respect from someone you've chosen as a stand-in for the figure that should have been there is not nothing. It is, for many people, the closest thing they get. The episode Soos and the Real Girl, in which Soos navigates a romance with an artificial intelligence that was intended to be a dating simulator, but has developed genuinely threatening behavior, is ostensibly a comedy episode about technology and relationships. Underneath the comedy is the specific and recognizable pain of someone who has never been taught, and therefore doesn't naturally possess, the social knowledge that most people develop through a family and peer structure that provides adequate modeling. Soos is kind and genuine and funny and fundamentally decent, and he has grown up without the context that would allow him to convert those qualities into effective adult relationships. He needed more scaffolding than he received. The show treats this with affection rather than pity. It is not Soos's fault that he didn't get what he needed, and what he has developed in the absence of the scaffolding is a genuine and distinctive person. His inheritance of the Mystery Shack at the end of the series is the show's quiet argument about succession. That the people who showed up, consistently and did the work and cared about the place and the people in it are the appropriate heirs to institutions worth preserving. Suuz doesn't inherit the shack because he's the obvious choice by any formal metric. He inherits it because he's been its soul for years, in the background, fixing things and being there, and Stan recognizes this in his way, and the recognition matters. Wendy Corduroy is 15, tall, the eldest daughter of a massive lumberjack named Manly Dan, whose approach to parenting is significantly more enthusiastic than nuanced, and she has developed in this context a specific kind of self-sufficiency that reads as cool, but is really competence born of necessity. She doesn't need rescuing. She rarely needs help in the conventional sense. What she needs occasionally is what everyone needs, to be seen clearly and treated as the specific person she is rather than as a type or a role. She is 16 by the end of the series. The birthday happens off-screen but is canonically established, and her arc over the course of the show is less a conventional character arc and more a deepening of already established qualities under pressure. The Weirdmageddon sequence in which she takes a leadership role in the resistance operation with the complete absence of melodrama about doing so is her as she already was, capable, present, willing to do what needs doing. The show doesn't need to develop Wendy into someone different. It just needs to put her in circumstances that let us see what was always there. Her friendship with Dipper is one of the show's most honestly drawn relationships. The early dynamic, older, cooler peer, devoted younger admirer, could have calcified into a patronizing one-way relationship where Wendy is permanently the object of unrequited feeling, and Dipper is permanently the kid who can't quite get there. The show doesn't let it calcify because it's paying attention to what Wendy actually offers in the friendship, which is substantial. Genuine recognition of Dipper as a specific and valuable person, consistent willingness to be honest with him about things he needs to hear, and the specific gift of treating him as someone worth being real with rather than someone to be managed with age-appropriate handling. The note at the end, "Bye-bye," 4 words, folded, handed over as the bus is boarding, is her final demonstration of this. She doesn't say goodbye, she says, "See you later." She maintains what was real between them in the form most appropriate to the distance they're about to have, which is a physical record of her continuing regard. He gets to carry that. He gets to open it on the moving bus and know that the friendship doesn't dissolve with the summer. McGucket, in his post-society redemption arc, becomes one of the show's more affecting minor character resolutions. By the end of the series, he has used his recovered memories and his still considerable genius to launch a technology company, McGucket Technologies, and has regained sufficient stability to be a functional presence in his own life. The show doesn't give him a complete healing arc because complete healing arcs of this kind are not realistic, and the show respects its audience enough to know that. What he gets is enough. A self reconstructed imperfectly but genuinely from the fragments that survived the erasure, and a life in which his capability is used in his own service rather than someone else's. The wider Gravity Falls townspeople, Lazy Susan and her cats, Toby Determined and his newspaper, Blubs and Durland and their police station with its perpetual incompetence and its genuine warmth, constitute the community that the show treats as worth defending. They are not deep characters in the sense of having fully developed inner lives that the narrative has time to explore. They are deep characters in the sense of being specific, recognizable people with consistent behavior and genuine presence. When Bill petrifies them, when they appear as the stone figures decorating the exterior of the pyramid, it matters. The show has made us care about them through accumulation rather than spotlight, through consistent portrayal of their ordinary existence, and that caring is what makes the threat real. This is one of the show's technical achievements that rarely gets named, the building of a community that the audience cares about through the slow accrual of presence rather than dramatic development. Gravity Falls. The town feels like somewhere specific, somewhere with history and texture and an accumulated human weight, because the show has treated its secondary and tertiary characters as people worth showing. When everything is at stake, it feels like everything actually is at stake, because the everything that's at stake has been given a specific and recognizable face. Section 24, The Pines Family. As a complete portrait, what the show said about who we are to each other. Sama. Every element of Gravity Falls, the mythology, the mystery, the supernatural, the comedy, the horror, ultimately serves as delivery infrastructure for the thing the show actually cares about, which is this: the specific, difficult, imperfect, irreplaceable fact of family. Not family in the greeting card sense. Family in the true sense. The people you didn't choose, who carry marks of the same history you carry, who know you in ways that require no explanation, who can hurt you more completely than anyone else because of how close they are, and who you keep choosing anyway because the alternative, the version of your life without them, is not a version you can comfortably imagine. The Pines family portrait, assembled across 2 seasons, contains all of this. It contains Stan's 30 years of unacknowledged devotion to a brother he'd been exiled by. It contains Ford's inability to receive what Stan was offering, even after it was complete. It contains the twins' relationship, the specific texture of being 12 with a twin, the way the closeness produces both the deepest comfort and the sharpest friction, the way knowing someone that well means there's no buffer between you and the things they say. It contains the way that the family, at the end, chooses itself, not because all the wounds are healed and all the complicated history is resolved, but because the choosing is what families do. Stan's sacrifice in the finale is the fullest expression of who he is. He gives his memory, which is to say his self, the specific accumulated record of everything that makes him aimé, to destroy something that would harm the people he loves. And he does this without negotiation, without the con man's careful calculation of relative cost and benefit, without holding anything back for himself. The con man, at the moment that matters most, gives everything. This is not a contradiction of his character. It is its completion. The whole of Stan's life, when you look at it from the end of the finale, resolves into this. He loved his family with a completeness and a consistency and a lack of self-pity that would have been remarkable in anyone, and is somehow even more remarkable in a man who spent 30 years pretending to be his brother in a tourist trap in rural Oregon while waiting for a machine to work. Ford's arc is the reverse. He begins the show in isolation, armored, certain that he is safer without the people who might hurt him again, and he ends it at sea with his twin on a boat they've shared a name for since childhood, sailing toward whatever is next. He has not resolved all his damage. The show knows better than to pretend this is possible. What he has done is choose in the specific moment when the choice was available to reach toward connection rather than away from it. The scene where he finally acknowledges, to himself as much as to anyone else, that Stan's sacrifice was an act of love, is the scene where the armor, if not fully removed, is at least acknowledged to be armor rather than skin. The twins carry all of this forward. They are the generation that witnessed the reunion and the sacrifice and the recovery, that spent one summer at the exact epicenter of the the adults around them had been living with for decades. They are old enough to understand most of what they saw and not quite old enough to fully process it, which means they'll continue to process it, each at their own pace in their own register, for years. Dipper will carry the notebooks and the curiosity and the memory of what it felt like to find out that the world was bigger than anyone had told him. Mabel will carry the scrapbook and the knowledge that the specific texture of specific moments is worth preserving, and that love is the technology of preservation. They'll come back next summer. This is stated explicitly. It is also, simply, the nature of things worth returning to. The show's final gesture, the freeze frame on the photo of everyone, the whole impossible family, standing together in the light of an afternoon that is ending, is not a conclusion in the sense of a problem solved. It is a conclusion in the sense of a recognition. This is the people who matter to these people in this specific moment, before the bus and the ocean and the road take them in different directions. This is what it looked like. This is what was real. The photo exists in the scrapbook where everything important exists, which means it will survive. Which means when Stan can't remember who he is and needs someone to read him back into himself, it will be there. The specific visual record of the thing that was real, the ammunition against forgetting, the proof that even after the memory is gone, the love is documented in a place where it can be found again. This is the show's quiet, persistent, final argument. That the act of paying attention to the things that matter, of documenting them, of preserving them in the specific and particular form they actually took, of maintaining the record against the erosion that everything real is subject to, is itself an act of love. That Mabel's scrapbook is not decoration or sentiment. It is a survival technology. It is the thing that brings her great-uncle back when the machine that was supposed to kill a demon takes everything he knew about himself as collateral damage. Pay attention to the people you love. Write it down. Keep the record. Not because the record makes the love real. The love was real before the scrapbook. But because the record is what the love looks like when it has to work under impossible conditions. When someone can't remember. When someone is far away. When the summer is over and the bus is pulling away and all you have of the thing that mattered is the specific preserved image of it, kept carefully, carried forward. The show about the mystery town in the Oregon woods was always about this. The cryptograms and the portals and the triangular demon and the 30 years and the twin swap and the zodiac and the dome and Mabeland and all of it was always about this. The specific, ordinary, extraordinary fact of people who choose each other, who keep choosing each other, who choose each other especially when it costs something to do it. That's what was hiding in the woods. That's what the journals were keeping safe. That's what the summer was for. And the summer is never really over. Not for the people who paid attention to it. Not for any of us. If you've journeyed with me all the way to the end of this, through every cipher and every creature and every year of Stan's impossible devotion, and every night that Dipper spent with the journal, and every sweater that Mabel knitted, and every nightmare that Bill whispered, then you already know why Gravity Falls matters. You've been living inside the reason for the last several hours. Drop a comment. Tell me where you are. Tell me what time it is, wherever you're watching. Whether it's 3 in the morning in London, or midnight on the Pacific coast, or midday somewhere, you didn't expect to be listening to Gravity Falls lore. Tell me your favorite moment, your favorite detail, the thing from the show that you still think about even though you last watched it years ago. Every single comment is a little piece of this community staying alive, which is the closest thing this side of Gravity Falls to an actual act of magic. If you want more nights like this one, more long dives into the things worth loving, told in the dark, slowly, with the full respect that great stories deserve, subscribe. The button is right there. It costs you nothing, and it means everything to me, and it means that the next time I make something like this, you'll be there for it. This is Uncle Grunkle saying goodnight from wherever you are and whenever you're listening. The mystery was always real. You just had to look for it. Stay weird. Section 25. The Nightmare Realm. What lives outside everything? There is a place that exists in the spaces between dimensions, between the folds of reality where the recognized laws of physics stop applying, and the recognized categories of existence stop holding. It is not a place in any spatial sense because space as a concept requires a structure of three-dimensional volume that this realm does not possess. It is not a time in any temporal sense because time as a concept requires a sequence of moments that have a before and after, and here the before and after are as optional as everything else. What the Nightmare Realm is, at its most basic description, is the absence of the structure that makes everything else what it is. A state of pure unformed potential or pure chaos, depending on your preference for what to call the thing that exists when the rules stop. Ford has described it in Journal 3's entries written after his return from the multiverse as the most difficult aspect of his extended research to communicate to anyone who hasn't been there. The difficulty is not in the lack of memorable experiences. There are experiences of a kind, even in the Nightmare Realm's margins, but in the inadequacy of any existing vocabulary to describe a place that exists specifically by negating the conditions that language was developed to describe. Language evolved in a three-dimensional world with consistent physics. The Nightmare Realm is neither of these things. The translation problem is not merely technical, it is categorical. Bill Cipher is native to it, or at least resident in it for long enough that the distinction between native and resident has dissolved. His specific existence, the two-dimensional triangle, the eye, the hat, the arms that appear and disappear as required, is a manifestation that his original Euclidean form evolved into through his time in the realm, or that he constructed deliberately, or that simply emerged from his nature meeting the Nightmare Realm's conditions over trillions of years. Ford's research suggests all three possibilities without confirming any of them, and Bill's own account, as rendered in the Book of Bill, is unreliable in the specific ways that Bill is always unreliable. Precise about facts that serve his purposes and vague about facts that don't. What is consistent across all accounts is that the Nightmare Realm is not compatible with life as it exists in the physical world. Things that travel from the physical world into the Nightmare Realm experience. A process that is difficult to describe precisely, but that involves the fundamental structures that make them what they are, being subjected to pressures they were not designed to withstand. McGucket saw through the portal into the Nightmare Realm for only a moment. That moment was sufficient to destroy his ability to function. The protective barriers that Ford designed for his own multiverse travel were specifically engineered to prevent the kind of exposure that destroyed McGucket. They worked but imperfectly, and the imperfect exposure Ford experienced during his 30 years navigating spaces adjacent to the Nightmare Realm left marks that are visible in his personality even after his return. Bill's fundamental project, the project that the portal was always in service of, the project that Weirdmageddon was always intended to achieve, was to break the barrier that keeps the Nightmare Realm and the physical world separate. Not to visit the physical world. He could do that through dreams and deals. To merge them. To dissolve the membrane between the two states so that the Nightmare Realm's conditions, the absence of consistent physics, the impossibility of fixed form, the optional quality of all the rules that make stable existence possible, would propagate through the physical dimension and transform it. This is what Weirdmageddon was working toward. The dome over Gravity Falls was not the end state. It was the demonstration. Here is what the merged world looks like in miniature. Here is what happens to reality when the barrier is punctured and the Nightmare Realm's energy enters. Here is the preview of what every city in every country on every continent would look like if the barrier came down completely. Bill's extension of the dome was blocked by the specific energy constraints of his physical form, but those constraints were temporary. Given time and access to Ford's equation, he could have solved them. He didn't get time. He didn't get the equation. The trick was played, the mind was erased, and whatever Bill's Cipher is, whatever constitutes the entity that calls itself Bill, the center of the triangle, the eye in the dark, went somewhere into something. At the moment stands memory dissolved. The Book of Bill's account, which is oblique on this point in the way that all of Bill's communications are oblique about the things that matter most, suggests persistence. Not necessarily physical persistence, not necessarily presence in any accessible sense, but not absence either. Bill's nature is fundamentally inconsistent with the kind of non-existence that would make the question moot. The axolotl, the entity named in Bill's final reversed words, axolotl, my time has come to burn. I invoke the ancient power that I may return, is one of the show's most intriguing loose threads. An axolotl is a real creature, a species of aquatic salamander native to Mexican lakes, remarkable for its ability to regenerate tissue including major organs, and notable for a phenomenon called neoteny, in which it retains juvenile features permanently. Ford has a note in Journal 3 about a being of unfathomable power who takes the form of an axolotl and who moves through the dimensional landscape doing things that no other entity understands and that appear from outside to be either random or operating on a time scale and logic that makes them inaccessible to beings of shorter existence. The axolotl entity is a figure from the deep background of the show's cosmology, something that exists further up the hierarchy of reality than Bill, further back in the history of the multiverse, something that was old when Bill was young and that will continue when Bill is gone. Ford's note suggests that this entity could, if asked in the right way and at the right moment, provide answers about Bill's ultimate fate or future. The invocation of this entity in Bill's dying words is not desperation. Bill does not do desperation. It is something more like a bet, placed with the specific confidence of someone who believes that the investment of 1 trillion years of existence ought to generate some kind of return. Whether the bet pays is something the show leaves entirely open. The Book of Bill doesn't close it. The blue glow in the forest doesn't close it. The reverse speech in the finale, analyzed from every angle by a community that has been looking for hidden things in Gravity Falls for a decade, doesn't close it conclusively. The question of what happened to Bill Cipher after Stan's memory dissolved is genuinely open in the way that the best mysteries are genuinely open. Not because the answer wasn't designed, but because the answer, deployed too early or too completely, would close something that is more valuable open. The nightmare realm persists. The barrier that protects the physical world from it is, as far as anyone can determine, intact after Weirdmageddon. Ford's research on the specific damage done to the barrier by the portal and by Bill's entry is ongoing. The journals he continues to write, the research he continues to conduct from the Stan War II, are addressed partly to this question. The barrier can be repaired, he believes, if the right tools are available and the right knowledge is brought to bear. But it can also be broken again, given sufficient motivation and capability on the other side. The nightmare realm will always be there, in the margins of the physical world, pressing against the membrane. This is not a comforting fact, but it is, the show suggests, the actual fact. That the chaos at the edge of the ordered world is permanent, not because order is losing, but because the relationship between order and chaos is not a competition with a winner, but a permanent condition of reality. The ordered world persists in part because of its relationship to the chaos at its edges, because the membrane that holds chaos out also defines the space that order occupies, and without something to hold it against, order would not know what it was. Bill knew this. It was his fundamental insight, the thing he understood from the inside of his own nature, that the nightmare realm and the physical world were not opposed but complementary, that the destruction of one would transform rather than eliminate the other. What he didn't understand, what he could not understand, because it required a kind of interior investment in the well-being of specific things that Bill was constitutionally incapable of, was that the transformation he was working toward would destroy everything that made the physical world worth wanting. He wanted to unmake the membrane because he understood it as a boundary, a limit, a constraint on his freedom of movement. He didn't understand it as the condition of everything he was trying to reach. This is the show's final note on Bill Cipher. Not that he was wrong about the relationship between order and chaos, not that his insight into the nature of reality was inaccurate, but that his understanding stopped at the point where understanding requires caring about something beyond yourself. He knew the structure of the physical world intimately. He didn't know why it mattered. The people who knew why it mattered, Stan, Mabel, Dipper, Ford, Seuss, Wendy, all of them, were the people who stopped him. Not because they understood the physics better, but because they had something worth protecting and would do anything to protect it. The nightmare realm is still there. The physical world is still here. The membrane holds. For now. That's enough. For now, it's enough. Section 26, Pacifica Northwest and the possibility of choosing differently. Pacifica Northwest is the show's clearest illustration of a principle it returns to repeatedly across its run. That who you are at the start of a story is not inevitably who you are at the end of it. She arrives as an antagonist, performs the role of antagonist with technical precision for most of the first season, and then, through a sequence of specific events that the show handles with rare delicacy, begins to become someone different. Not completely different. Not a different person who has replaced the original. The same person, making different choices, discovering that different choices are possible. The specific trigger for her development is fear. Not a noble motivation, but an honest one. The ghost in the Northwest Mansion is going to kill people she knows, in front of her, unless she does something she's been conditioned her entire life not to do. The conditioning is powerful. The fear is more powerful. She pulls the lever, and in pulling it, she discovers something that the conditioning was specifically designed to prevent her from discovering. That defying what she's been told to be produces a quality of feeling, a specific, kinetic, alive quality, that performing what she's been told to be never could. This is not presented as a final resolution to Pacifica's internal conflict. Her father is still her father. The conditioning is still in her nervous system. The family history is still the family history. What has happened is one moment of genuine choice, and one moment of genuine choice is not a character transformation. It is the evidence that transformation is possible. It is the crack in the performance through which the actual person occasionally escapes. Her friendship with Dipper, which begins adversarially and ends with genuine mutual regard, develops through a series of moments in which each of them has to revise their assumptions about the other. Dipper's initial assumption, that Pacifica is simply mean, simply the entitled product of a privileged family, simply an obstacle, is wrong in exactly the way initial assumptions tend to be, wrong about people whose visible surface is primarily a defense system. Pacifica's initial assumption about Dipper, that he's beneath her notice, a summer visitor without social standing, a target for the performance of superiority that constitutes her social armor, is equally wrong. What they find in each other, through the specific context of a haunted house that strips all social performance down to what's actually necessary, is that they're both more capable and more frightened than their public faces suggest. Dipper is genuinely brave. Pacifica is genuinely brave. They're frightened about different things. Courage, it turns out, is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act in spite of it. And both of them have this quality, even though neither of them has had reason to demonstrate it in the same context before. She gives Dipper her number at the end of the episode. She asks him to call if there are more weird things happening. This is, from Pacifica, the closest thing to an admission of genuine engagement that her armor allows. She wants to continue this. She doesn't say that. She gestures toward it in the specific, oblique way of someone who has never practiced saying what they actually want. He gets it. He pockets the card. Their dynamic in the Weirdmageddon sequence? She joins the resistance. She uses her resources and her social connections to help. She does it with the specific combination of motivation and competence that makes her contribution real. Is the culmination of the arc. She's not a different person. She's the same person making the same kind of choice she made in the mansion. Again, in a different context, with different stakes, with no ghost to force her hand. She does it because she wants to. Because the person who pulled the lever also pulled herself toward a way of being in the world that the bell and the conditioning weren't designed to allow. And she has been following that trajectory, imperfectly and inconsistently, since that night. The show doesn't give us a vision of who Pacifica becomes. It gives us the beginning of a direction. This is appropriate. She's 12 or close to it, and 12-year-olds are not yet what they're becoming. She has the direction. She has the evidence that the direction is possible. She has one summer's worth of practice at choosing it over what she was trained to choose. That's enough to work with. The rest requires more summers, more choices, more leverage applied against a conditioning that was built to be durable. But she started. In a haunted mansion in Gravity Falls, in the middle of a summer that was already impossible, with a 12-year-old boy she'd been dismissive of for 2 months standing next to her, she started. This is the show's last quiet argument about change, that it starts small, in specific moments, in acts that feel too minor to be significant, that the lever is just a lever, that pulling it is just a motion, that what makes the motion matter is the fact of having chosen it when the alternative was available, when the easy thing and the right thing diverged, and someone somewhere, for reasons that were theirs alone, reached for the right thing instead. Pacifica Northwest reached for it. She didn't stop reaching. She's still reaching, somewhere in the fictional geography of a universe that the show left open on purpose, still working against the conditioning, still finding out who she is when the performance drops, still becoming. As are we all. Thank you for spending this time in Gravity Falls with me. If you've made it to the very end, if you're still here, however early or late it is, wherever you are exactly the kind of person these videos are made for, and I'm genuinely grateful you exist. Drop a comment and let me know what you thought. Tell me what you noticed that I missed. Tell me the thing from the show that hit you the hardest the first time you watched it, and whether it hits differently now. Tell me where you are in the world and what the light looks like, because there's something I love about knowing that these stories are being listened to in 100 different kinds of dark. Subscribe if you want more of this. The bell is there if you want to make sure you catch the next one. Every person who sticks around is another reason to keep going deeper. This is Uncle Grunkle. Stay curious, stay weird, and keep looking closely at things. You never know what you'll find. Section 27, The Summer as Structure. Why the season matters in the story. There's a reason the show is set in summer, And it's not simply that children's animated series traditionally set their adventures during school vacation. Summer as a structural choice carries specific weight in the mythology of the show. Weight that the show earns by treating summer as a genuine category of human experience rather than merely a setting. Summer is the season that exists outside normal time. School years have structure, grades, semesters, the progression of curricular content across defined periods that add up to something measurable. Summer exists in the gap between those structures. It belongs to a different temporal logic, not the linear progression of the school year, but something more circular, more open, more resistant to the kind of accounting that institutional time demands. Things that happen in summer don't accumulate in the same way. They don't count toward a grade or a record. They exist in a space that is defined partly by its exemption from the usual forms of consequence. This exemption is what makes summer the appropriate season for the kind of transformation that happens to Dipper and Mabel. The changes they undergo, the discoveries they make, the relationships they form, the versions of themselves they try on and reject and inhabit, happen in a context where the stakes are both lower. These events are not going on their permanent records, their parents are not watching, their school social context is suspended. And higher, the events themselves are genuinely dangerous in ways that their normal lives are not, than the rest of the year. The low institutional stakes and the high actual stakes coexist in summer. In a way they can't during the school year, and this specific combination is the atmosphere that allows for a certain kind of growth. Mabel's terror about the summer ending is specifically the terror that this atmosphere, this exemption from normal consequence, this open temporal structure, will close. She will go back to a school year with its grades and its social hierarchies and its institutional logic, and the version of herself that she has been in Gravity Falls, the version that is fully herself without the management required by institutional contexts, will have to go underground again. She is not wrong to fear this. The version of herself she has been this summer is more purely herself than the version she presents in school. The school context doesn't hate her. She does fine by all available evidence, but it doesn't produce the specific quality of being fully present and fully unmanaged that the woods and the mystery shack and the summer have produced. What she doesn't yet understand at the end of the summer is that the quality she's afraid of losing is portable, that she carries it with her, that the specific ways in which she has been most fully herself over the course of this summer, her empathy, her creativity, her willingness to love completely, her insistence on the value of specific and particular moments, are not dependent on the summer setting. They are her. They were always her. The summer didn't create them. It just gave them room. The show's title sequence, the slow fade from winter to spring to summer to fall and back, the seasons cycling over the image of the mystery shack, positions the summer in the larger cycle without making the cycle itself the tragedy. Seasons end. The show does not present this as loss. It presents it as the nature of things, which is different. Loss implies that the thing ends and is gone. The cycle implies that the thing ends and returns, not quite the same, but recognizably continuous with what it was before. The summer ends. Another summer comes. The summers accumulate. The person you become in the accumulation of summers is a kind of layered historical record of all the summers you've been. And the first major summer, the summer that is the story, is the foundation layer, the one that all the subsequent summers are built on. This is the show's final gift to its young audience and its adult audience simultaneously. The reassurance that the thing you're afraid of losing, the specific quality of being fully alive that good times produce, doesn't disappear when the time ends. It becomes part of you. It informs the next time. It persists in the scrapbook and the notes and the people who were there in the specific way that certain combinations of light and temperature and smell will, for the rest of your life, bring you back to the moment when it was most completely itself. Gravity Falls is a show about a summer. It is also a show about all the summers before it and after it, and about the specific human capacity to carry the summers you've loved forward in time past the end of the literal season. That capacity, the capacity for vivid, sustained, loving memory, for attention paid with enough care that the memory is full rather than faded, is, the show argues, one of the most important human capabilities there is. Mabel's scrapbook is the material form of this capacity. The journals are the intellectual form of it. Stan's 30 years at the machine is the practical form of it. All of them are the same thing, the refusal to let what mattered dissolve into the ordinary forgetting that time produces in the absence of deliberate attention. Pay attention. Remember what you saw. The summer is always ending. The summer is always there if you look back at it right. The mystery shack is still open. The sign is still slightly crooked. The bottomless pit is still in the front yard, accepting whatever you throw into it and never explaining where it goes. The journals are somewhere in the world. The woods are still full of things that only reveal themselves to the people who are looking hard enough and long enough and with enough genuine willingness to find that what they find might change them. You already have everything you need to look. You've been looking this whole time. Thank you for 5 hours in the woods with me. Good night, from wherever you are. Appendix. The Zodiac, the symbols, and the people they named. The Zodiac wheel in Gravity Falls appears briefly, blink and miss it fast, in the opening credits of every single episode of the series. For most of the show's run, its 10 symbols were a mystery, visible to anyone who paused at the right frame, clearly intentional in their placement, obviously significant in some undisclosed way, but unexplained in any text or supplementary material until the finale delivered their meaning in the most direct way possible. The 10 symbols matched to the 10 people who were required to form the Zodiac Circle. A pine tree for Dipper Pines, because the pine tree is both his name and the thing most associated with him. His hat, which has been his most recognizable accessory since the moment he pulled it from the Mystery Shack's attic and put it on. A shooting star for Mabel, because she is the one who perpetually reaches toward the sky, who sees beauty in the upward direction, who refuses to let the ordinary world be all there is. The six-fingered hand for Ford, because his specific biology is his identity in the context of the show's mystery, the mark that distinguishes him from every other person who has ever lived. A question mark for Suus, which is the most perfect symbol assignment in the wheel. Suus is genuinely a person for whom question marks are native, who approaches the world with an openness to mystery that is not calculated but constitutional. The ice bag for McGucket, a specific reference to his various ailments and the general state of someone who has spent decades in varying degrees of physical and psychological deterioration. A heart for someone in Stan's orbit, because Stan's entire arc is a story about a heart that kept working even when everything around it was failing. A llama for Pacifica, whose family crest includes a llama in a detail that rewards the very close watchers. Glasses for Robbie, the teenager defined partly by his specific aesthetic of amplified feeling. The tent of stars for Gideon, whose show was built around celestial promises. And the star for Wendy, whose warmth has always been her defining quality, even if she would not describe it that way. The wheel is a community portrait, built from symbols, drawn in the credits of every episode, waiting for anyone who is paying close enough attention to see it and ask what it meant. This is the show operating at its most characteristic. The answer was always there, visible to anyone willing to look, legible only to those who had accumulated enough context to read it. That's the game. That was always the game. The show gives you everything you need. What you need is also everything you've been paying attention to. The people who paid attention won. The people who go back and watch it again win again, every time. The game doesn't expire. The symbols are still there in the credits, all 10 of them. The wheel waiting to be found by the next person who pauses at the right frame and asks the right question and follows the right thread. There are always more threads to follow in Gravity Falls. There are always things you didn't see the first time that are there if you look again. The show was built that way on purpose by people who believed that the audience who came back deserved to find something new, and who built the finding in from the beginning. You found this. Whatever thread led you here to this long and winding journey through the mythology of the weirdest town in Oregon, you followed it to the end. There's something worth celebrating in that. In having paid attention, in having come this far, in having been the kind of person who wanted to understand this thing completely rather than just experience it. That's the quality the show was always honoring. That's the quality it was always calling toward. In you. In all of us who are still here, still listening, still following the threads wherever they lead. Thank you for following this one. Stay weird, stay curious. See you in the next one. A final word on time, the show that knew it would end. The most unusual thing about Gravity Falls in the landscape of American animation is not the cryptograms or the mythology or the genuine emotional weight of its family drama. It is the fact that the people making it knew from the very beginning that it would end, and that they built the ending into the beginning with the same care they brought to every other structural choice. Most animated series don't work this way. Most animated series exist in a state of perpetual present tense. The characters never fundamentally change, the world never fundamentally changes, the status quo is reset at the end of every episode, and the purpose is not to tell a complete story, but to maintain a reliable entertainment experience for as long as the audience is willing to watch. There is nothing wrong with this approach. It has produced some of the most beloved entertainment of the last 50 years. But it is a fundamentally different relationship with time than the one that Gravity Falls chose. Gravity Falls chose to exist in time, to have a beginning that set up an ending, to have characters whose relationships to each other developed and changed over the course of the story, rather than resetting after each episode. To have a mystery that was actually a mystery, one with a real answer that was known before the first episode aired, and that all the cryptograms and hidden images and credit sequences were building toward. To have an ending that was the ending of this story rather than a commercial interruption before the next installment. This choice is an argument about stories and what they're for. It says that the value of a story is not primarily in its perpetuation, but in its completion. That the story becomes fully what it is not at the moment of its beginning, but at the moment of its ending, when all the things that were set up can be evaluated in light of what they were set up for. The pilot of Gravity Falls is a different thing after you've seen the finale than it was before. The specific way Stan talks about his brother in the pilot lands differently when you know what the 30 years cost him. The way the journals are introduced carries different weight when you know who wrote them and why. The story is the same story. It is a fuller story when you've seen where it goes. This is the argument that all serialized storytelling makes at its best. That the whole is more than the sum of its parts, that the meaning accumulates rather than simply repeating, that there is something you can only understand at the end that you couldn't have understood at the beginning, even if you were paying close attention. Alex Hirsch built this argument into every frame of every episode of Gravity Falls, and then he made the choice that the argument required. He ended the show when the story was complete, rather than continuing it when the commercial imperative would have justified continuation. This is a form of integrity that is genuinely rare in the context of successful entertainment properties, and it is the reason that the show's ending lands the way it lands, with the specific weight of something that was earned rather than concluded. The Mystery Shack sign has the neon light that never worked properly. The Bill Cipher statue stands somewhere in Oregon, in actual dirt, in actual woods. The journals contain information that hasn't been fully decoded yet by anyone. The show is complete and the world it opened continues to expand in the minds of everyone who spent time in it. This is the paradox at the heart of all great stories. They end and they don't. They are complete and they keep going. They are finished and they are not done with you. Gravity Falls is finished. It is not done with any of us who loved it. That's what it was always for. That's what all of it. Every cipher, every mystery, every summer, every sacrifice, every moment of genuine, unexpected love between people who were doing their best in impossible conditions was always for. To make something that keeps going after it ends. It worked. It really, genuinely worked. Good night, everyone. From wherever you're listening, in whatever light or dark you found yourself in, the woods are still there. The summer comes back every year. Stay curious. Stay weird. Keep the journals. And remember, the answer is always there for the people willing to look. The hidden messages in plain sight. A final layer. Before I let you go, before the woods quiet down and the screen fades and you drift off wherever you're headed, there's one last thing worth saying about Gravity Falls that doesn't fit cleanly in any of the sections we've covered, but that feels like it belongs at the end. The show is full of messages that required work to find. Cryptograms that needed decoding, hidden images that needed the right filters. reversed audio that needed to be played backward, frames that needed to be paused at precisely the right moment. The community of dedicated viewers who did all of this work across the years the show was running and the years since found things that most viewers never saw. They had conversations with the show that most viewers didn't know were available to have, but the show's most important message didn't require any decoding at all. It was there in every episode, in plain language, delivered through the specific texture of how its characters related to each other and to the world. You didn't need a cipher wheel to find it, you just needed to pay attention. The message is this: the people who love you are the most extraordinary phenomenon in your life. Not the gnomes or the shapeshifters or the time paradoxes or the ancient triangular demons. Not the portals or the prophecies or the dimensional rifts. The people. The specific, ordinary, irreplaceable people who have decided that you are worth showing up for. The great uncle who operated a machine for 30 years. The twin who read your memories back to you when you couldn't remember who you were. The handyman who stayed. The cashier who wrote you a note. The brother who walked across the room when it would have been so much easier not to. This is the show's real mystery, and it encoded this one in plain sight because it wanted everyone to find it. Not just the people with cipher wheels. Everyone. You are someone's journal. You are someone's 30 years. You are someone's reason for operating the machine. That's the message underneath all the messages. That's the thing the summer was always keeping safe. You found it. That means you were paying attention, and that means everything. And on that note, if this video found its way to you, if you've spent these hours drifting through the mythology and the mystery and the heart of one of the most lovingly constructed animated series in the history of the medium, then I want you to know that making it was an act of the same kind of attention the show was always celebrating. Long work, done carefully, for the people who show up for it. You showed up. Thank you for that. If Gravity Falls matters to you, if it always has, if it found you at the right moment, if it said something you needed to hear when you didn't know you needed to hear it, leave a comment. Tell me about it. Tell me when you first watched it and what you were going through and what the show gave you. Tell me the thing it said that you still carry. Tell me where you are right now, in whatever city or country or time zone this video reached you in. That community is the community the show was always gesturing toward. The community of people who pay close attention to things worth loving. And I want to know you're out there. Subscribe if you want more of this. The bell if you want to know when it arrives. The channel is going to keep going, and the next deep dive is already taking shape, and every person who's here makes the next one possible. This is Uncle Grunkle from the Mystery Shack. Reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold, but also love your people, keep your journals, follow the weird trails in the weird woods. You never know where they lead. Good night, sleep well. The summer will come back. It always does.